with. I'm loading up Industries of Titan right now. But yeah, I finally kind of fixed some of my sleeping patterns, which I know probably won't work very well for some of you because a lot of you have been watching me when I've been doing these super late streams. But that's it's not sustainable in the long run, and I am not entirely sure it is exactly how I want to be organizing my life around around these things. So I the one of the problems I've been running into lately is that I have tried to reset my sleeping schedule, but my body doesn't necessarily want to cooperate. It's usually been I'll get an early enough bedtime, or try to at least. But oddly enough, one of the things that comes up is I like I'll wake up really early without the full night's sleep that I want. And then I wind up sleeping in the afternoon, which is why I've been late a couple of times. I've actually wound up sleeping through the stream times. So I'm making an effort to try and fix that today. The only reason why I mention it, one, because, the beginning is always a chance for me to get a little bit of, just a little bit of time for everybody to stop by the stream. But what it does mean too is, excuse me, I am trying to, because this is something that is affecting the start times for streams, I am trying to get on top of it just so that people can have the reasonable. My ideal streaming setup is for people to have a reasonable expectation that I'll be starting at 7 or close to it. And you would think that with so many lockdowns and whatnot, the fact that I'm working at home, I don't have the usual commute that I have. So there's less of an excuse for me not really starting at 7. But of course, working at home brings its own own sort of challenges in terms of meeting that. So anyways, that's why this week the stream's been starting a little bit later. But let's stop talking about me and let's talk about this wonderful game, Industries of Titan. I was given a press key from Brace Yourself Games, so it's a very special thank you to everyone there. One challenge that I'm running into with this game, and this is specifically to me streaming this game, and this is not generalizable to any other streamer, but I think it does a wonderful job of sort of bringing home what you're signing up for when you get into the into this early access period. I have run into a bug occasionally where I feel like I can't progress any further, based on the fact that the workers are just standing around idle. Now, I may have gotten very impatient the last time that I did that. And it's possible that they do eventually correct themselves with enough time. But the other thing that I've been finding is that because there is a chance that I might wind up resetting the playthrough, there's also the possibility that I may need to start over from the beginning. Also, if I don't need to restart, well, sorry, that makes sense, but that is not a meaningful statement. Of course, I need to start from the beginning again. What I mean is, given that it is much more likely than some other games that I need to start from the beginning, it is possible that I don't make the same amount of progress as I necessarily wanted on a previous stream. And the reason this can become difficult is based on how quickly a new version gets released. It may mean that all of the progress from a previous stream is clawed back, and I need to set things up again. Now, there's a lot of slack in how I play the game. It's a really relaxing game that I enjoy spending time building with. Excuse me. But it does raise a fairly important point about this game here. Is one thing I sometimes have a bit of difficulty with early access is getting burned out on very early versions of the game. And so while I want to do right by Brace Yourself Games and cover the game well, and I mean, I think we're getting close to 24 hours of coverage within the first week, so I think that's not a terrible run. One thing that I may start doing is I might start putting Industries of Titan away and just bringing it out when new major updates come up. So if I sort of feel like I'm doing the same opening moves again, especially if there are some other offers for keys coming up, what I might do is I might put Industries of Titan as either something that's like a vodcast or to do something where it's not taking up one of these free days that I have. And that is sort of with the understanding that when big new features come out, I will be jumping back into it and doing it very deeply as before. It's a testament to the work that's going into this game that it's getting updated enough that I sometimes have challenges. I don't want a new game. I want to continue. It's that I'm having a challenge. Completing everything within the one stream before a new update comes through, but it does carry with it that small cost or penalty. How you doing, Trader 5? Titan surface is lined with massive artificial rifts. Modern scientists have many theories about how those crevices were built, but with the creators long dead, Titan's modern citizens will never really know. Incidentally, by the way, that please don't take that as any kind of a commitment for me not streaming Industries of Titan. I am very, very fond of this game, and it is actually very easy for me to just sort of sit down and just play this thing. And it's very clear that I wind up playing it for much longer than I set out. So it's entirely possible that you'll just see me playing this as regularly as I normally do. But I did want to just telegraph that I think it might be a little bit more interesting for people if I don't redo the exact same opening moves again and again and again. It's a little bit the same way that I would sort of cheat in Cultist Simulator to come back to points that maybe I'd made some sort of an error in, so that people didn't need to see the opening moves, for 9 hours worth of streaming. Anyways, most important, it looks like we're in pretty good shape as far as getting the thing to load. Now, this is actually another important thing here, is I allowed myself the possibility that let me just get this sorted. So I was playing on the experimental branch when I did this last time. I think I'm just gonna take the volume down a hair. I love the soundtrack, but I don't want it to overwhelm me. I'm actually playing on the stable branch right now, and we were able to load the same map without too many difficulties. So there might be crashes, there might be problems, but it is slightly encouraging to see. I at least have the possibility of taking out our first enemy base. So there were a couple of other things I wanted to try out. Oh yes, I noticed that they've changed the bug reporter. At least the symbol has changed, or maybe it was always that and it looked different to me. We are over our limit, which I don't feel great about. Okay, but that's because of the conversion center, and we are draining batteries still. So let me just get a quick read on where we're at. I think, oh yes, that's right, okay. I remember where we were before. So we had made, we'd made this mineral node. I believe one of our turrets was taken out. It might have been this one, come to think of it. And that was upgraded and whatnot, so that's going to be a little costly to replace. Now, did I get... Yes, I did get a mine here. Now, one of the challenges that I've run into with this game is that as much as I want to have storage facilities and make the most of them, I mean, one of the things that I wanted to do originally was not have a storage facility and essentially take advantage of the fact that my headquarters has got a huge set of containers kind of at the bottom level. One thing that doesn't really work for me, and actually maybe I should report this, I will throw a bunch of employees into a mine, but there won't be any employees coming to empty out the local storage. And so my mine, where it should be producing a lot of minerals at any given moment, in practice it has a very low production because its local storage is so low. So actually what I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to set the number of employees to these two structures to 1. This might change a little bit faster for the mine, for the simple reason that for the isotope mine, for the simple reason that it's much more likely that I'm actually going to draw down my isotopes to a point where I need more replacements. But at the moment here, what I'm doing if I stick 6 employees inside of one of these mines, I'm essentially creating a situation where I have 5 people sitting on their backsides until all of this, until somebody moves them to a storage building. And it seems like for whatever reason the moving of resources doesn't really take into account the fact that a producer like this, or an extractor, however you want to term it, basically it doesn't seem to take into account the fact that if you move or that you should be moving these from one to the other. So that's fair enough. I'm not too torn up about it, but something for me to keep in mind. I also just want to get a quick read on the position. So 1, I definitely need to be worrying about energy. This is the reason why I upgraded the factory to the higher levels. Although, actually, I think this one's all sorted out. So what I should be focusing on is the other factory that I built. Where is that? This one. So we made this level 3 while the time of troubles was happening. Now, if I take a look at my energy needs right now, I am... Oh. Why are you draining batteries if I'm only using 176? All the pylons are definitely connected. I'm wondering if I if I unpause, whether or not that's gonna still be true. Yeah, I don't believe this story that they're draining batteries. Yeah, 176, 183. So what would be nice is if I could find sort of the battery that's currently being drained. And unfortunately, I'm going to have a tough time to find that one. Oh, you know what? It'd probably be in the HQ. Maybe not. And we're back to this wasteful. I'm assuming that part of this is being driven by the fact that I have to assume part of that is being driven by the fact that I've got everything crammed together on one floor without any room. So here's a couple things that I'm going to try just to see if I can get rid of this rather unhelpful message. I'm going to turn everything back on. Hopefully everybody's still repairing. I don't want to spend too much of the time, so one of the reasons I'm spending so much time in pause right now is that we lost a turret to the last assault. So in my view, it's very important that we make sure we're able to take out any, or that we're able to rebuild and take out anything that comes towards us, because these things are only going to get tougher. I also think, you know what, let's run a command center. I think I'm setting myself up for disappointment, but one big thing that this does is it also gives me an idea in terms of what my what the actual demand on my grid is going to be. Also, we do have room to convert more employees, but we also have room to migrate more citizens. So I've got more credits than I really know what to do with, so the only reason I should have citizens is so that I can turn them into employees right now, although I'm sure in the real game, like the full game, that will be different. Okay, will it tell me what my energy demands are? Yes, 248 of 183. That is not sustainable. So, also apparently I have 81 batteries available again. Let's see what happened. Yeah, that's not a real number. Okay, that was just for practice. There's no reason for me to actually have these turrets turned on, especially given the fact that the employees I wonder why it's yelling at me about one hull point. Like I can't I can't control that. At least I don't think I can. Okay. What's this game? You've never heard of it. Mr. Mana, this is called Industries of Titan. It's a game by Brace Yourself Games, which is, they're the people responsible for Crypto the Necrodancer, among other beloved indie favorites. So this game was announced announced. I'm getting biblical here. This game was announced quite some time ago, actually, and they've gone into this early access period where basically they're one of the titles that was able to get a deal with Epic. So I don't know exactly when the full original release was, but I get the impression here that basically this game is now kind of in an early access mode a year before they were originally going to release it, and it's giving us the ability to do these bug reports and whatnot. So the elevator pitch would probably be a cyberpunk city builder, but it's very clearly kind of moving towards a few other dimensions as well. They're going to be adding a lot of simulation elements, so something a little bit like a RimWorld or a Dwarf Fortress. But the game as it is right now, basically you have kind of this little Matryoshka doll of building that you can do. You start off with your headquarters, and you try to place down a number of buildings that will essentially generate the resources that you need to run this colony. In this case, you need to generate fuel, which gets gets turned into energy. That energy powers different activities, such as generating credits through having your citizens stare at video advertising for however long their shift is. But they also power things like your defensive turrets and whatnot. And then we've got a few mines here. So one of the things that's kind of neat about this one is that I've gone from sort of the micro level of managing factories and headquarters and whatnot inside of different levels to now sort of focusing a lot more on city level buildings and trying to expand out my ability to extract and otherwise exploit the Saturn's moon Titan. The overall goal seems to be to eliminate these rebel camps. We've just found something that's looking promising here. So I'm going to be adding another command center and a power, an energy pylon to be able to come in and get rid of the riffraff. But yeah, basically the main things to do right now are acquire a lot of resources, which you'll then use to sort of sweep away the rebels. But the main, I think the overall idea behind this is going to be much more of a proper sort of cyberpunk city builder / simulator. So I've been having a lot of fun with the base level, but I've actually been also really intrigued with what they've been teasing in terms of some future features. Sorry if that wasn't a too good of an outline. I wanted to try and keep it concise for my by my standards. But if you have specific questions about what playing the game is like, we're actually, I mean, this says here we're about 6 hours in, but that speeds up to if I hit the 3x speed button. But if you have any questions about sort of specifically why I'm doing certain things, I can do it as good of a job as I can to sort of explain maybe some things that happened previously, which will explain why. Yeah, no problem, Mr. Manat. I like it quite a bit. The visual style is very distinct. I found out that the artist who's responsible for this visual style essentially was contacted by Brace Yourself after putting out a series of really popular tweets of this sort of voxel style, which was really encouraging to see. So one thing I'm doing right now, I've got a huge energy deficit. So what I want to be doing is generating, I want to put down a bunch of energy generators, but I'm trying to find these good patterns to make sure that I'm not using a lot of floor space on things that are sort of transferring energy and whatnot. Oh, actually, here's an interesting question. If I hit play, does this number go up or down? No, this number's going down. Okay. So one thing that seems to have been working for me so far, I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that I'm using up sort of 4 slots with these energy relays on the wings and whatnot. But I think I'm gonna live with this pattern because it broadly works for me here. And this one is going to be all about generating power. So I've got a fuel fabricator. It's at +5 right now, so I know for sure that we're going to have a fuel deficit. But the aim here is going to be I want to go crazy with the energy generation. And then what I'm going to do on the second floor is I'm going to go crazy with fuel generation. And this is eventually going to be to try and build up my... where was it? No, sorry, other way around. I don't actually want to generate any more fuel generators because if I just build a fuel turbine, doesn't require energy, automatically generates 10 fuel. So essentially, and I don't need to dedicate any workers to it. Whereas if I build energy plants, I do get 16 energy output. However, I do have to give up a worker to generate that energy. So ideally, I'll be filling my factories full of energy production, so that I don't need to give up workers for it, and then the fuel turbines will be getting me the other resources I need. Speaking of, let me actually get the production of the fuel turbines down. I'll just put a couple down like that, and I can go back to being an absolute madman on my factory floors. And you know what? I can afford to unpause for this because I don't want to overburden my workers too much. So as you can see, I'm just putting down the blueprints. They'll stack up a bunch of minerals to get all of this stuff done. I've been focusing really hard on building as many employees as possible. I'm going to continue on with that. I'm using influence, which is another resource that you can get to sort of get a claim on a colony ship. Have those citizens come down into my colony. Of course, my intention with them is not to have them as citizens to generate money for me, but rather to kind of rip out their guts and replace them with machinery so that they can be productive workers. Okay, so I'm putting down an industrial output here and an energy relay. And the idea here is that the energy relay actually needs to connect to the power grid. Oh, that was a ugly sound. So basically, these energy relays need to actually connect to the things that are generating energy, and then the industrial outlets will connect the industrial outlets will connect the power to the outside world. Hey, you go. Yes, it's a gorgeous looking game. I know I've said that a few times. Now, one thing that I've noticed is that if I entomb my my different resources, too quickly, then my workers can't work on them. That might just be my all entirely in my head at this point, but I'm not going to tempt fate. So I'm going to... Okay, so it's 3. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put down the medium generators first. Oops. And then what I'll do afterwards is I'll take my large energy generator and we'll do something like that. The funny thing is that my energy relay actually covers these large generators. They don't cover the these little medium ones though, so I'm still going to have to build the same pattern that I did before. We'll do the same thing as last time. We'll get another pair down like that. This is looking encouraging. Again, I want to make sure that everything gets built before I entomb it, so... So here I'm going to wait for this thing to get built up before I put down the energy relay, but that didn't take too long. I want to be careful here. So essentially the thing I need to worry about right now is whether or not these energy generators are connected to the rest of the grid. These large generators look like they're already covered by this industrial outlet and generator and whatnot. So what I want to try and do here is take advantage of batteries and whatnot once my relays are sorted out. So, and this is the problem now. So if I want to put down batteries, well, you know what? I'm not crazy about this design, but oh no, actually that's still not going to help me very much. This is a bit of a puzzle. So the problem that I'm running into right now, and this is really where the building part gets interesting. So again, I've got all these generators here. We're probably close to generating all the power that we need just by building this floor. As you can see, it's giving me a warning here that I'm draining the fuel tanks, and I've actually built myself. I haven't really built myself a whole lot of surplus fuel, so I want to get on that as quickly as I can. But basically, although I am curious how much energy we're generating. Okay, we're 210 with that, so I might want to make another factory floor like the other one there. So if you take a look, you've got this energy relay. It kind of gives you an idea of what's connected to what. So you'll notice that, oh yeah, actually no, so once all this stuff actually gets built, then we'll be fine. I am noticing a lot of idle workers, so I'm a little concerned that, oh, sorry, forgot about that. If on the chance that you guys are streamers, you'll want to stream this game in full screen mode, because there's a small bug about the job menu. Let me just take a quick minute here too and say, for those of you who are thinking of picking up this game, I do have an Epic affiliate link. So obviously you don't have to use that, but it is, man, there's a lot of naked guys on my my staff. If you do want to use that link, they're actually giving a very generous revenue share for streamers right now. So obviously that is not a requirement or an expectation, but if you would like to make sure I get a little bit of the money for streaming this game, it'll definitely help me out quite a bit, and it will support the developers through buying the game. If of course you want to wait for the thing to be in a more complete version, I also completely understand and sympathize with that position as well. But I was already out of out of the stream to deal with my technical problems, so I figured I'd get that out of the way. So this is that example that I'm talking about in terms of the energy grid. So let's assume for a moment that this energy relay and that this outlet is going to get built. The point of this is that you need to make sure that the energy generators are getting connected to the grid and then outputting it to the other parts of the colony. But the reason why I'm building them as sort of a combination is that none of these energy relays are connecting to any of the other ones. If you want an alternative view on this lower level here, you'll see that all of the different energy relays connect to each other. In this case, they actually form sort of a little tripod or triad. And in this case, I only need one outlet, which is right here. It is, of course, worth mentioning, too, that in this case, I only have 2 energy generators that are working, and that really these energy relays exist to power all of these other buildings. I also want to take a second here. Let's bring in some more bodies. And I think I will start by converting the other 2. I'll try to remember to look at one of my conversion capsules so you guys can see the process of the conversion. So again, here I'm building up. I'm building up more influence than I normally do because of these council monuments. But these council monuments, when you build them to their top level, they take up 16 energy, so it's a very wasteful building. But of course, it helps you get the all-important influence, which allows you to buy new tiles and whatnot. Anyways, let's focus back on the task at hand. So I'm currently in an energy deficit, soon to be in a fuel deficit. So one of the nice things about this little endpoint is that I've got 2 relays which connect to each other, and more importantly, these relays cover all of my little building slots. So if I want to increase my my power reserves, which I almost always want to do, the 2 things I've noticed about the early access version of the game is that energy seems to be much more dominant than fuel, although you do want to have some fuel reserves. And I don't have much of a point for citizens at the moment because I've already bought everything that I want with credits. In fact, with that in mind, let's donate 500 so we can get more influence for that. You can trade different resources with the council, but they do give you a limited number of trade tickets, so you can't just over-generate one resource and then dump it into the other. But anyways, the nice thing about this is that I only need to take up 1 tile with an outlet. So in fact, if I was a little more thoughtful, I might have been able to angle it. Yeah, I don't think I could have changed things that much. So I'll put down 1 industrial outlet. The bad news about this is that I don't have enough room for the 2 batteries I thought I was going to get. I miscalculated by 1, but we can still put down a small battery. And so this is my power floor, and I actually think that this is basically going to be the way that I build power from now on. So if you think about it, right, at the most basic level, the reason why I'm using my factory for this kind of power generation is that I can take an energy plant. Now I don't know what the upgraded version of this costs. Or generates, but it takes up employees, and I don't want my employees to be taken up with power generation. I would rather that be sort of automated, and instead I'd rather have them sort of extracting resources and just generally getting me into a position where I'm able to to get the job done. Speaking of, let's upgrade that energy pylon so that it can connect to the grid. I am on these points getting a little bit of fragility. You'll notice that most of my pylons are connected to something else. This pylon and this pylon, if they get taken out, well, actually, I guess this one's sort of redundant. The outer stuff isn't going to be covered, but the rest will be. But the outer pylons are not in a good spot. If they get taken down by one of the rebels, I'm gonna have a very hard time regenerating it. Anyways, that's a problem for another time. Looks like we're doing a decent job in these mines and finally getting under capacity. I guess that's because I did a whole bunch of building. We'll see how quickly that gets We'll see how quickly that gets swamped. Also, let's take a quick minute and see what the pollution's like. Not so bad. It says poor here, but I don't believe it. Anyways, the point I was trying to make is that I've got these energy plants. I can tie up workers in the creation of energy, or alternatively, over 2 tiles, I can wind up just generating without any employee costs, this fairly impressive amount. Let's actually figure out how much we're making. So, am I really generating 3? No, 9. Okay, so 9, so 18, 36. That's 54. So, sorry, we're at 54, then we're at 66. Is that right? Yeah. 78. And then 90. Yeah, so we're generating 90 energy. Okay, so the way I think about this, the mineral cost is probably off, but I've got tons of minerals and whatnot. So the way I'm looking at this right now is we can generate about 90 power for 2 tiles. I think it's highly unlikely that the energy plant, when fully upgraded over those 2 tiles, is going to be generating 90 power. And on top of that, I don't have the cost of employees, which, I have sort of a limited number of and want to try and keep in. So I think this is going to be how I do power for the next little while. But I might learn something. I might learn something different that makes me feel otherwise. But it's very important that I generate enough fuel to be able to sustain that. Science says our pollution stats are poor, but we are good people and believe in truth and not facts. Exactly, Ego Karen. The credits must flow. So one of the things that's nice about the city level of the game is that you can connect buildings. So you can not just upgrade buildings, but you can also make the most of the space by connecting them. So first thing we're going to do is connect our 2 fuel turbines. That's going to cost some isotopes, so we'll let the busy beavers do their thing. Oh yes, I think I said I was going to show you the conversion process. Looks like we got a couple of citizens on their way right now, so we'll do normal speed. This is... Who are you, sir? Oh, my citizens don't have names. They only get names when they become workers. Alright, so they walk their way to the conversion capsules. I'm assuming they go to these ones at the end here. That tends to be how they've handled it in the past. And they take a seat. We spend a red artifact. They enjoy a luxurious spa time. I do kind of wish I could zoom in even more to see the details inside there. And they come out as fresh workers. Yeah, that's right. Get it all up. One thing I noticed last time we streamed this, you'll notice that they actually wade through the garbage. But yeah, anyway, so the idea here is, like I said, we ripped out their insides, turned them into workers who will work 24 hours without complaint, which is great for me. Let's get back to the task at hand. First of all, how is construction going? All right, so this is the sort of thing that I'm quite worried about. We sort of seem to have stalled out on this construction, which is a bit concerning for me. But I'm not going to be held back by that. So we've got our fuel turbine. Looks like we're back to a surplus. I'm going to upgrade this just so I can get an idea about what sort of generation we're looking at. Also, I need to upgrade the defensive turret because this thing wasn't able to survive at level 3 against a single ship. And I'm going to start upgrading this command center as well as the energy pylon so we can start mopping up this camp. Alright, they're back to storage capacity, and so are they. So I'm not too worried about... In this case, I'm just setting the employees to a smaller number so that I can have them... I can have my people running around doing other tasks. We have room for 2 more colonists, so we'll add another light freighter in. Now, the eventual plan is going to be that I build another set of conversion centers just to be able to get more get more employees. Actually, while I'm at it, let's claim these ruins. I'm claiming and salvaging these ruins not so much because I want the resources inside, although I should explain this mechanic a little bit better for those of you who might be seeing this game for the first time. I'm actually doing it so that I can have the building space. So there are 2 writers assigned to the game, Ego Karen. There's a couple of things that I'm not entirely clear on yet, but the general idea is that there is some sort of gold rush, for lack of a better term, on Saturn's moon Titan, and there seem to be a few things that have become that are a consequence of that. There seems to be this artificial sun which is running around. Hello, we just found another enemy base. That's wonderful news. So we're gonna upgrade you. I've now gone from not being able to take out any enemy territory to being able to clear out 2 bases pretty soon, it looks like. Oh, I love the rain in this game. Look at that. So basically, you are a sort of a startup as part of this this economic boom that Titan is experiencing. We're playing a particular faction, which is this very hyper-capitalist organization where, you know, we're all about the profits. We're all about the market. As I can say, the whole idea of generating workers is that we take out their insides and replace them with much more reliable machinery. But the basic idea is that you are the man in cyberpunk stories. Is the best way that I could say that you are sort of the business interest, which is causing pollution and unhappiness and whatnot. But you're making a profit doing it. And I'll see if I can find something inside of the game that explains a little bit more about what's going on, but that's the simplest idea, which is you're in it to make a profit, and your paymasters expect you to protect the investment by clearing out these rebel groups. Okay, so let's think about what the next steps are going to be. We've already got our extraction taken care of, although it looks like the waste hasn't been taken care of. So let's just see. Clean up waste now is a slightly higher priority. Looks like we don't have as much idleness. Although I'm very weirded out by our energy numbers. I don't feel that these numbers are right. It also says that we're still draining fuel tanks, which I don't think is correct. Unless they've added the... No? Oh, I see why, because we're upgrading the fuel turbine. So we'll finish building that, and then I'll get an idea of what our status is. I already know that on the factory I want to be building up all of these energy generating buildings, but I do want a clearer idea of the position. I am tempted to put down another defensive turret in this area just because we've got the command centers, and I want to... Ooh, actually that's going to be very convenient. So I'm going to switch to the command area view for a little bit. I want to survey all of this territory. If I can clear out some goodies, that'll be a nice spot for a command center, which we can put right down the throats of the rebels. I believe this is Sir Kama's favorite part of the soundtrack. And I'll be honest, I can see why. It's a really catchy tune. Wrong building. Okay, so we have fully constructed, except for the outlet for the other two, we've fully constructed our new grid here, and it seems to be telling me that we are still draining our batteries. I don't see how that's possible, though. because we're using more than we're consuming. And I'm not getting the warnings anymore. Okay, so it might just be that it's one of the storage units is off. This fuel turbine will generate 48 a turn. Okay, that's really encouraging. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to do a two-pronged approach. We're pretty much ready to start reclaiming the land. So I'm going to set up a survey here. I'm going to claim this right away because we want to get rid of it. I'd love to just hit ultra rich, just like we are. I'd love to just claim all of this stuff, but I'm going to be a little more thoughtful about that, and I'm going to assign employees to sort of rip these things apart as quickly as possible. The whole idea is I want to put the... Oh, actually... so I have to claim... There we go. Okay, yes. So I just claim these rebel territories, and the slums are now mine. Alright, so this needs to be totally covered. This rebel turret, I'm assuming, doesn't really do that much right now, because we don't have any ships that we can generate. But in this game, you are going to be able to build ships, and it's going to be very similar to the other construction you see inside of the game, it looks like. All right, so I had my people generating... Well, okay, actually, here's what I'm going to do. So my energy pylon doesn't quite have the range I would normally want it to. But that's fine, because what I need to worry about is 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles. So I could do, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4. I could probably get a pylon down here, and that would cover me pretty well. I obviously got the most expensive one. Also, I'm going to take a quick second here, and I'm going to get whatever red artifacts I can find so that I can get my... want to be careful that I'm not exceeding my influence. Again, I'm not so much worried about the resources for building right now. I've got more or less a handle on my my stream of those, but the red artifacts are what I make workers with. So again, the whole idea. Actually, you know what? I can do that same thing here. So let's. I'm going to get some survey work. This is also just giving something for my my idle workers to do. Okay, so I'm going to get them to survey the territory in this area, see if there's anything anything worth scooping up. Because basically, if I can build a command center close to these bases, it's a lot easier for me to get rid of them. It probably shouldn't be going this close, but I might also want to build a mine near this isotope deposit, just so that I can get that nice steady stream again. Okay, so I've got a bunch of people working on... Yeah, I got a bunch of people working on extraction and whatnot. I do want to build a pylon reasonably close to... So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just one off. So I want to clear out these ruins just because they're in a really convenient spot. How you doing, Uncle Cranky? Great to see you. Guys, let me just take a quick minute here and shout out my dear friend, Uncle Cranky. He's been doing a lot of Dark Souls lately, but Dark Souls is a fun and interesting game, so it's hard to hold it against him. Not doing so great, just got me... Oh, Cranky, I am so sorry to hear that. I've always hated that. I've always hated that term. I don't know what New Zealand... New Zealand definitely seems to have been... has really been kind of on top of its response. So I hope they've got some stuff in place to kind of take care of your immediate needs. I will be honest, I've never had to go through something like that. So I think to be able to say, you know, I know how you feel would be the worst possible thing that I could say to you right now, because I don't. I hope I'm able to give you a little something to take your mind off things for the next little while. And while I only know you through online interactions, I can definitely say that your personality and your I don't know, good nature, is that the right term? I can see how you would be an asset to any place where you work. I've never seen 4 red artifacts before. That is excellent. And so I maybe might be a bit premature to say this, but I am very optimistic for your prospects in the future, because I think it's very clear that you'll make wherever you wind up a much better place for working at it. You can go on unemployment benefits near immediately, and the company is going to pay you out for the notice period, and they're going to give you a redundancy package even though they're not required by law. Okay, I'm really glad. Like, one, I'm clearly not happy that it's happening to you right now, but I am really glad that you're in a I'm really glad that you're in, like, it's not as drastic as what that implies. Still, though, I mean, I couldn't possibly be. I'm happy it's not worse. I'm not happy that it happened. You know what? I think I misjudged the pylon distance. This is where I want to put it. Okay, so again, the point here is to get rid of the rebel camps, so I don't know if you have to completely destroy them or if it's just enough to kind of take out the slums and whatnot. I'll dismantle them just because this is what one does. Oh yeah, it looks like if you take out the HQ, you're good. But I don't want... There's a chance that there might be stuff coming out of this shipyard and whatnot, so I'll just... I'll try and keep myself protected. Also, it strikes me as a good idea to set up maybe a few more turrets to protect this, seeing as we are going to be getting rid of the bad guys. Vice360 says, I'm not an English first language speaker. What does redundant mean in English? Because in French it means something that happens a lot. Vice360, it's kind of one of these more corporate terms that gets used, but essentially, yeah, Cranky said it. The job no longer exists. So essentially it is, I think the other terms that people might use would be layoff or, what's the other one that comes in? Anyways, basically there are more workers than positions available at the firm, and so it basically means that people need to find new jobs. Although, thanks for asking for the clarification, Vice360. Welcome to the stream. I'll do my best to try and not... I'm sure you've already noticed I tend to speak very quickly, and I sometimes I speak as a English, as someone who's like kind of assuming everyone's speaking English and whatnot. So if there is something that's unclear, I actually really like it when people ask, because this comes from my time as a TA. It is almost certain that if one person is unclear on what was just said, there's probably about 5 or 6 other people who are thinking the same thing but don't want to say it. So I've learned to really appreciate it when people say, could you clarify what you meant by that? Although I know I've said this on stream before, I will share with you something that I think is probably true about the English language. The fancy versions of English words always seem to be French words, right? What do rich people live in? Well, normal people live in homes and maybe apartments. Rich people live in maisons, or mansions. Sometimes you and I go to the movies, but when we're seeing a fancy movie, it's the cinema. Yeah, I mean, I always assumed that was because of the sort of the time that it was sort of conquered by France, and the nobility were all French. But yeah, exactly. I like the my whole understanding. Well, I always like to believe that basically the origins of that are you've got a couple of English peasants, sitting there seeing some noblemen running off to wherever they're going. It's like, oh, the Lord is going to his maison, because I'm assuming, of course, that the ruling classes were certainly much more fluent in French than. Uncle Craig says English doesn't borrow from other languages. English follows other languages down dark alleys, knocks them over, and goes through their pockets for loose vocabulary. I've never heard that quote before, but that's wonderful. Okay, so we're upgrading the energy pile. I'm enjoying the chat and all, but I do know that I'm going to get clobbered by some spacecraft if I don't smarten up. So I'm going to be upgrading the pylons just so I can go as deep as I can into enemy territory and start clearing out the riffraff. I've got a fairly large surplus of energy right now, so I'm feeling pretty good about setting up some extra turrets. Also, once the conversion center is up to level 3, I'll feel okay converting more population. The Queen speaks French as her... Oh, neat. You don't want to miss the quote talk again. You were talking about Roman quotes the other day, but there's only one Roman quote you really know, and furthermore, I consider that Carthage must be destroyed. I need to play Imperator Rome again. I've been enjoying it on my own time. I have sometimes struggled a little bit to... I feel like 2 turrets is kind of my base requirement now. That's going to put a really heavy demand on my workforce, but... Well, it does take it basically, you get to do the Samnite Wars, you get to conquer Etruria. You absolutely do get to do the Punic Wars. The game systems don't always give you the best incentives to go after Carthage. It might have changed in the in some of the other updates, but it's still fun. All right, one more upgrade. And then I think I said I was going to make another power monstrosity on the next floor. So let's get these things sorted out. So again, this first stage is actually pretty easy for me to do because I don't need to worry about locking anything in. It's the subsequent stages that I need to make sure that I'm not entombing things too early. But we're going to do the exact same thing we did last time. We're going to... I do think there are improvements that could be made. So the thing that I need to consider is that if I have a way of connecting all the energy relays to one another, I'm able to get rid of, for every little cluster like this, like basically I have 4 tiles taken up in that aren't related to power generation. If I have a way of making the whole energy grid connect to itself, that'll give me, what is it, 2, 4, 6 or 7 tiles that I've been tying up. But again, I don't want to get too neurotic about it, at least for the start, because as I've sort of said a couple times before, one thing I notice the way the developers play, like they almost always leave walkways around things like power generators. I don't actually see a reason to do that yet. There's no kind of repairs or whatnot. Are we really out of minerals? Holy smokes. I never thought we'd reach that point. Okay, well, this is a perfect time for me to crank out the mineral production. Also, we've upgraded our conversion centers, so in this case we can get a lot. So making 12 new workers. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go a little crazy here. I'm actually gonna start turning on all the turrets. Alright, so it looks like the grid can't quite handle that. Not crazy about... Well, there's a lot of overlap. I feel like I should be going... Yeah, I want to get a little more aggressive about where I'm putting my energy pylons. Okay. I'm actually also very curious, when this mine is working at full production, what kind of... I'm curious what kind of extraction... Wow, okay, so that... I mean, that thing basically just churns out a ton of minerals. The real challenge is that it requires a workforce to actually move them from place to place. Do you find a benefit to connect building? I'm not convinced that it's better. I mean, I always assumed that the... So I just see it from an efficiency standpoint. Like, for me... being able to get the most in terms of building up, like I just kind of assumed that would give me the maximum number of units if there were two independent, I don't know if there are two independent conversion centers if I wind up with an additional 12 or space for an additional 12 workers. I've done it by default, and the hull definitely, or the health points seem to go up better. But oh yeah, well I'm not too worried about the burrow capabilities, to be completely honest. I usually just build up enough turrets to defend myself. The times where I've wound up losing have actually been because my turrets get destroyed, not because my buildings get destroyed. So in my own case, I always connect them because I tend to want to make the most of my existing tiles. Sorry, gotta get some more bodies on the planet. So, you know, I like building monstrosities like this. And so I kind of want every square inch of floor space that I could get. But I can sort of see how if you like kind of a more turtle type of strategy, I can see how like losing the burrow ability would be a bigger one. I guess the big one for me is that I don't use burrow that much, so I've not felt the pain the same way that someone who uses it more might. Yes, I'm actually rather surprised. I always thought that people would be cramming as much as they possibly could into their different areas, and I will admit to being a little surprised that I seem to be unique in my mad science approach to certain buildings. I'm happy for it though. I found my niche. So I'm going to try something a little different with this one. I need to make sure that... Yeah, so I need to make sure that these two are covered. I also need to make sure that the battery is touched, so the furthest I can... Okay, actually, you know what? I may not be able to be as clever as I thought I was. Yeah, one way or the other, I wind up giving a slot for the industrial outlet. Which is fine. Oh, I gotta be careful that I'm not entombing everything too early, though. Okay, I'll leave that be. I have a concern. Yeah, I've got a bunch of idle workers again. But apparently the jobs are there, so I'm gonna move resources up. We'll put repair down because we currently don't need any. Actually, I'm going to put clean up waste a little bit higher because I feel like we're going to generate a lot with the new workers. Speaking of. And then, I mean, that'll be my one replacement, but I obviously need more. Yeah, so the problem I have with the energy plant personally is that it takes up workers. So I'm happy to, I'm happy to build these big fuel turbines and whatnot, and then sort of turn around and and then just use my factories for energy production because that doesn't cost me workers. It obviously costs me a lot more in terms of minerals and whatnot, but that's a price I'm very willing to pay. So I am being a little foolish in terms of my my energy usage right now. There's really no reason for me to have all these turrets on at the moment, but I am trying to get an idea of how much stress I'm putting my grid on, or how much stress I'm putting on my grid. As you can see, I do have quite a bit of a deficit when it comes to my new turrets. What else can I try to do at the moment? I should always be hunting for more goodies. What I think I'm going to do here... Oh. Where are my limits? Okay. I'm going to build the command center right next door. I wish I could build it on top here, but... So normally I don't like claiming empty tiles, but I'll make the exception in terms of being able to extend my reach. The nice thing, of course, I mean, we used to never find rebel camps. Now we found 2, but I'm not quite sure how I'm going to handle searching for the next ones. I think about a lot of the next few turns are going to be about me trying to come up with a somewhat cogent plan to sweep for the remaining camps. I'm happy that we got 2, but I have a feeling that the attacks are not going to become any easier over time. So probably my next few plans. As I've sort of said, before, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of benefit to having citizens. I'm already at my max in terms of energy credits. There's only so many credits I can sell to the council. So at this point, I probably just want to be building as many conversion centers as I can get my hands on. So here, I'm going to survey these ruins just for some extra building space. So definitely there's some red tiles here, and there used to be a rebel HQ, so it does disable. It does say that it doesn't count a rebel camp anymore. I don't know whether or not it prevents ships from spawning. So in my particular case, I mean, there is just a benefit to exploring out as far as you can go. So I don't really mind building another base. And the other nice thing about it too is that, I'm pretty sure if I build a command center in any one of these tiles, I'll still be covering this stuff, while also being able to expand either to the north or the south. I might go for the south because I know that this command center is gonna sort of creep up into the corner. But so far as the counter is concerned, I believe you just need to take out the HQ. As to whether or not you're still in danger, that's an open question for me. How big is the map? 64 by 64 by 360. Which, when you hear that, doesn't sound like a lot. And then when you see what the ranges of certain things are. So maybe my top level command center. Oh, actually, that's a hard one to see. Okay, so this command center gives me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles when it's fully upgraded, and I need to defend it and whatnot. So it can be a little tricky to manage. Oh, you know what? I like defensive turrets and all of that. This was a poorly considered one because I've already got the defenses here. I should have been thinking a little more clearly on that. All right, looks like they're finally doing their jobs. Let's make sure that we're focused on what the real important jobs are. So I will actually take some move resources because I feel that that's going to be a bottleneck to production. I'm happy to see these things being built, but they're not being built fast enough. So my answer to that is always more workers, but actually my other answer to that is let's reassign a few of the bodies to some other buildings. I'm a little cautious about doing this because the workers might actually run and try to make this right away, but I want to try and get these energy generators down as soon as I can. This is one of the reasons why I don't build a lot of storage, is my view is that my workers should be working well enough that I don't have any surplus resources sitting around. In practice, that never happens, but that's my ideal. Okay, looks like I'm at the limits of my current resources. This is the time I hope that the rebels don't show up. All right. And we're 30 behind on our power, so I actually might, you know, as fun as this exercise is, I think I am going to turn off the defensive turrets again. I've probably overcompensated for losing that one turret. But my other view of this is that I should be able to sort of manage my manage my resources well enough that you know, bringing on a large number of turrets isn't a particular burden. Now, I thought I already scheduled. Right. Okay. I surveyed them but did not schedule them for demolition, so that'll be a nice little stack of resources. And you know what? I changed my mind. I'm actually fine building. I'm going to build a conversion center when I have the minerals for it. Well, you know, Space Coast. Oh, man, all the turrets I could see happening for sure. And I get the impression that even the idea of like surveying individual tiles, there was a developer stream last week where they sort of talked about some of the quality of life adjustments and whatnot. I suspect that there is not going to be a turn off all turrets, turn on all turrets button, or if there is, there will probably be some penalty for not having them active. Because right now it sort of seems like an optimal strategy is to overbuild turrets and then just turn them off so that you can free up your workers and whatnot. And I'm not entirely sure that was sort of what they were trying to go for. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be playing that way, right? Like, you know, the developers have one set of rules in mind. I always get terrified when I see this stuff because I know we had to reset a stream when these guys weren't working like that. There you go. This all has to be caused by minerals not being moved in this case. Um, but yeah, like, you know, we're responding to the incentives that we've been given right now in the game. But I feel like the current setup of building. Hey, thank you very much for that follow, Vice 360. I feel like if the way we're using this right now is sort of against what they had in mind in terms of all of the defensive systems and that. Or it may just be that turrets maybe aren't all they're cracked up to be once we're able to build ships. And so right now, the way that we're using turrets just reflects the fact that the full suite of combat abilities is not available to us. So unfortunately, I'm waiting on some energy pylon and command center construction before I can sort of do my next phase of expansion. I'm not too upset about this because I think all of the buildings that are under threat are reasonably well defended. There's a couple of places, so like if the rebel ships were to come in from this angle, which is a high probability, right? Because we don't know what lies in this area. This pylon might be under threat, this command center might be under threat. Now the good news is I could burrow the pylon, but the command center is almost certainly going to get spiked with that. You can get a little bit of an idea in terms of what the defense... Oh, you have to individually look at them? That's a shame. But yeah, like this is a little bit of a no man's land, which I might want to reconsider in terms of the overall shape of my defensive structures. But I got to work with what I've got, so... Yeah, well, I mean, I think even if you see... I think there were some PAX demos which had fully working ship combat and whatnot, but, like, it's clear that there's a bunch of stuff that's been developed and isn't in the builds yet. But I think the thing is, too, like, you know, early access is all about getting the feedback from the community and whatnot, but I have to assume that to a certain extent you want to make sure that there is a certain level of polish. Because I've definitely seen games in early stages and they do not look as good as this. Like, there are no animations. You know, there is placeholder art, but it is very primitive. You know, there's a certain charm to them. I actually really like playing games in that stage, but I think it's... You know, it's hard to see early access as not at least being partially a bit of a marketing exercise too. Obviously there are certain expectations that an audience has based on the other types of early access games that they played as well. So I can sort of see why there are some features that have already been you know, developed for this game that the team is using that we're not able to see yet, just because they don't think it's ready to go. Again, it's where I get the impression that I think in the future I'm not going to be able to build factories like this, because I suspect there's going to be some sort of repair mechanic that makes these things particularly vulnerable. I'm also short on fuel, so I should find a place to expand. This is not a particularly well-defended part of the map, although I suppose it gives me a reason to defend it. What kind of stuff do we get here? Well, I get more red artifacts, which I like. I was hoping for a few more... Oh, there's my pylon. We'll upgrade you right away. I probably should have built that command center, to be honest. So where do I want to put it? So if I get... Let me just double check the range on this thing. So no. So if I were to build it here... Yeah, we definitely cover that. So I'm going to build a command center here. Because we should, I guess the most distant would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, that wouldn't fully cover it. So if I take a look at this thing, I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I get 1, 2, 3 tiles of 5. So if I built it here, I'd get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would cover the whole rebel shipyard. But then, I mean, it might be some weird thing where you need to have like the majority of it covered or whatever. But let's assume that I want to like fully take out the rebel shipyard. In that case, I'd probably want to build here, because then I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 3 tiles of 1, 2. Yeah. Okay. So we'll claim you. We'll extract you out. It's not what I'd normally want to do, because it would be nice to get even more distance. The reason why I'm building it on this end is that I want to start seeing what's on this side of the map, and I have a feeling that this command center is going to be taking care of my needs on the other end. I believe it said we were in a fuel... Yeah, we are in a fuel deficit, so that's why I cleared these out. We'll build some... build the fuel turbines here. I am admittedly a little scared about this, because again, it's only just the one defensive turret here, although in the case of these ones, it's a little less like... I mean, this radius is a little deceptive, because again, depending on where the ship comes from, you're potentially, you know, this is the range of the turret, it's not the buildings that it defends. And so it's... you know, I definitely have some holes in my defensive positions. But again, I also don't want to build myself into a situation where I'm kind of taking this Howard Hughes-ish approach. I'm looking at every possible source of threat and wasting so much to try and protect it. Also, because I am getting a bit short on minerals, I'm actually going to start claiming these mineral patches right away. This is a pretty heavy use of my influence. But in this case, I am sick and tired of being limited in my expansion options by not having enough resources. There's a side of me that also just wants to turn off this storage facility because it doesn't seem to be doing anything. All right. So we're all ready to go on floor number 2, floor number 3. Okay, looks like we haven't actually started the work yet. That's fine. One thing I'm trying to consider as well is seeing as I'm in a full expansion mode, I'm just trying to find some, I'm trying to find some convenient spots that I can maybe... Oh yeah, this is perfect. So 70 minerals for no cost. I'm just trying to think of the next steps. So another isotope mine might be nice. Again, the problem is right now... oh, wow. Okay, so maximum mining rate 26. So we're definitely capable of generating a lot of resources, but the logistics are a nightmare. Like, there just doesn't seem to be any way that people are clearing out these mines, which is really unfortunate because it means there's just a whole bunch of traveling that needs to happen for me to actually get the benefits that I'm looking for. My highest goal right now are the ruins here. Oh, sorry, not these ruins. These conversion centers, just because, again, I always view the slow progress of certain buildings and whatnot to be just a factor of not having enough workers. I've already already got people sort of on the job. I'm actually going to put move resources to job number 1 because it seems like that's causing a really big bottleneck. Again, I hate building, or I hate claiming empty tiles, but I'm also going to prep for. So this is going to be the next power center. Oh, I forgot to build the batteries. Yeah, we're going to be waiting a while on this. This is now where I'm potentially going to regret my my fuel choices. So let's just see what we're looking at here. Yeah, so this stuff's getting drained down pretty quickly. Let's see what we're looking at for. All right, but these fuel tanks they're still in decent shape. So again, like I've built myself in a pretty fragile state as far as my fuel is concerned, because in the end I need power to run my buildings, right? I don't care so much about fuel. But the fact of the matter is that like fuel goes away if you don't oh, actually this is a really small camp. We have crushed the rebels. I think I said it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. All right, this is more of a formality, I think, but we need to start thinking about our next expedition. I'm going to upgrade everything just to make sure that there's no, there's nothing sort of creepy hanging out in the wilds, but I probably should be thinking a little bit about how I'm going to approach this side of the map. We have absolutely no plan whatsoever for this bottom corner here. There's almost certainly going to be a rebel camp there. But I think I'm just going to let some of the work that I've been doing already digest. I think it'd be nice to get a few of these, at the very least to get the fuel turbine up and running. Although it sounds like our new power floors. Yep, they're. It's maybe not exactly what I would have wanted them to be working on, but it all washes out in the. Again, as long as I have enough as long as I have enough, as long as I sort of have enough in reserve to keep everything from crashing down. I'm in okay shape. The Titan, I have not actually run into that many crashes. The only time that I have crashed is was when I tried to load a a save from a previous version, which is kind of the cardinal sin of testing. So, that's really more on me. Some people seem to have had more crashes. I know OTDQ stopped by and said that he was hunting down a memory leak. So I suspect that has been causing some of the crashing. The bigger problem I run into are more quirks. So there was one playthrough where it wasn't at all clear why, but basically my entire workforce ground to a halt and I couldn't get them out of idle again. And so in that case, like it was effectively game over for me there. But I've had a pretty good time of it as far as being able to achieve my goals and whatnot. I haven't had the game sort of involuntarily crash a lot. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, the Titan. I mean, have you tried the experimental build out of curiosity? I don't know if that'll completely solve your problems, but there are two versions of this game. If you've bought it on the Epic Store. Yeah, I mean, I can't, like, I am not for a second going to try and pretend that that's going to fix everything for you. It is entirely possible that, it's entirely possible that this is a deeper structural issue that they're trying to work with. I'm assuming you've probably already submitted the bug report as well. But if you haven't, obviously that helps them identify this stuff. But I can tell you just from like me opening up my Epic library and looking at the experimental build, that gets updated a lot, and so I'm a little bit more hopeful in terms of checking out the stuff. One other delightful thing I found out about it, and again, I'm sort of taking my life in my own hands when I do this, but you don't lose your saves between the two. So if you want to do a little bit of experimentation, you can actually load up the save. So if you were having a save that winds up crashing a lot, you can try loading that up in the experimental build and see if it doesn't. And obviously, if it doesn't, then that means that the issue's been solved, your next round can still be played on. Am I actually paying influence for that? It feels like I'm not. But yeah, you can basically. Like, you're not locking yourself into one path. You don't say it's like, okay, I'm going to roll the dice with the experimental build, which maybe had a bug introduced while they were trying to solve another one. If the game is working for you and stable, you just load up the save on the other. But hopefully that fixes stuff for you, because the thing that I feel really bad about is when I talk about how much I'm enjoying Industries of Titan and how it's not been crashing for me, like, I can't make that a marketing point, right? I can't turn around and say my individual experience, is what you'll have, because I know, like, memory-wise, this is where I do all my data work. I've got a lot of, this computer is definitely overspec'd for Industries of Titan, and so I don't want to turn around and say, okay, well, here's the following, what you want to do is you want to get a computer designed for numerical work as well as gaming, and once you spent a couple of extra $1,000 on your rig, you'll be able to enjoy this game that's in early access. All right, we've got an attack coming in, so I want to be a little thoughtful about my. So the big thing I want to be avoiding right now, top tier, fair enough. I mean, the thing is that a top-tier gaming rig is not necessarily going to be the same as what people like. So what I'm using it for, my day job is I'm an economist, so like I do a lot of applied work, and so in that case, like, the amount of RAM that I have in this is really more than, well, I mean, maybe Jedi Fallen Order finally broke the boundary, but like there's a certain level of RAM where if you're getting it to show off. There's no game that really needs that much. But I mean, I did not mean to impugn on anyone's computing setup. It's just I know that what I'm trying to say is that because I'm playing the game on a setup which is not as advertised, like, if you have minimum system requirements, someone who has a system like that should have a reasonable expectation of being able to play that game. I don't want to have my individual experience make people have sort of unreasonable expectations about what the game can do. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, that might be the answer then. I mean, like I said, I have no intention whatsoever of overselling it as a solution. The fact of the matter is, it's an early access game. It's not finished yet, and so it may be that there's just some bugs that you're encountering that unfortunately are are limiting the size of your colony, but hopefully that'll fix stuff for you. Space Coder says you've had huge cities come to a screeching halt from adding lots of constructions after canceling those that went back to normal. Ah, okay, that's really good, because I've actually been trying to find how to dislodge my idle workers from holding up. This one, it's really clear why. It's because we're having trouble generating minerals. It's why I assigned a whole bunch of people to these patches here. But that's good to know that there's a solution there. So obviously I'm putting us into a little bit of a fuel deficit, but I want to connect the fuel turbines and be on my way. All right, we've got 1 minute before the next rebel attack, so I'm not going to take any chances. Let's just turn these turrets on. I don't actually have turrets everywhere where I would like them to be, but most, not all, but most of the weak spots should have the coverage they need. This is just a this is a pretty weak part of my defensive system. Here I'm really defending, like I'm not really defending that much at all here. It's a little weird. I am mildly curious if I can get away building a mine. Drat. I'd have to build a dedicated pylon to that. I'll consider it, but not for now. We've got 10 seconds. I just want to see how the progress is on my power floors. Get to work, it loads. All right, so this will be an interesting experiment, right? To see whether or not this thing generates any enemy ships because we didn't build the command center in time. I'm gonna guess no, but all right. The Solar Clipper, 120 HP. I mean, there'll be possibly 4 turrets ripping this thing apart. Oh, that's really helpful to see this reload. Yeah, it looks like they're going right in. Ah, remember how I said this was the angle that was scary for something to come in from? This might be a case where it... Alright, we gotta get you on a repair right away. Alright, this thing's going down. Oh, I've never seen them go into the negatives. I've been lucky that far. Alright, that's... Yeah, this is just bad overall. There's nothing I can do to save this turret. I mean, I kind of rolled the dice on it. I wish I had done differently, but I made my choices, and I'm paying the price. So I think it's fair to say if I'm going to build a turret, I need to have 2. Yeah, so far it looks like the butcher's bill for each attack that we've had to deal with has been 1 turret each time. I don't want to generalize and say that that's always going to be the case, but that gives me an idea in terms of what we're looking at in terms of costs. Obviously here I'll shut down all the turrets. Now, I don't know if the game gives you a hint in terms of where the bases are located based on where the ships are coming from, but it seems to me to be the best kind kind of the best approach. Ooh, I want to get that conversion center up and running, or repaired rather. Obviously, I could have saved some of that damage by burrowing, and I suspect in the end the energy credits would have worked out a little bit better. But okay, so everybody's repairing. So our guesses right now are that there's a base somewhere up here, and then there's probably 2 over here. And there's really no reason for me to be clearing out the rebel shipyard, but this gives me other benefits in terms of being able to access minerals and whatnot, so I'm going to do it. How are you doing, GNR/? All right. Always sad to see that idle number, although I suspect that that is a function of... I suspect that's a function of... oh, actually, I want to get these repair up a little bit higher. I suspect that that's going to be a function of the lack of minerals. In fact, the funny thing is there's a side of me that just wants to build the pylon. You know what? I think I will build... Yeah, no, I can still live with that. So I'm going to build a pylon and a command center here, and it's not so much about hunting the rebels so much as just being able to exploit all these resources. And if I'm going to do that, nope, no minerals. So actually, this is one of these rare cases where I'm actually going to play a game sped up. Because I know right now I'm waiting for everyone to hoover up all these resources. Look on my works, ye mighty, in despair. Okay, obviously we need to get this thing upgraded as soon as possible. And then, like I said, the plan is going to be to sort of explore this side of the map. The big problem I have is I don't know if I want to take my existing infrastructure here and sort of move out, or if I want to take sort of this little base that I've got and move out that way. Let's maybe see what my existing pylons permit. So I can definitely get a little bit more range with this existing structure. So here I'm going to just do a quick survey. I tend to like saving some ruins just to give the workers something to do and dislodge them when they get when they're idling too much. But in this case here, this is sort of determining where my next command center is going to go, so I don't mind spending up for that. There's a side of me that says that sort of exploring down below here is a slightly more profitable round, because it seems that we've got two rebel camps that we need to find down here. But if it is the fact that these ships are being generated from rebel camps, and destroying the rebel camp means I don't need to worry about that side of the map anymore, being able to clear out a rebel camp on this side of the map is going to basically mean I could dismantle all of my infrastructure down here, and I don't need to worry about the attacks. I'm not actually going to do that, but it does free me up if I feel like I get into a tough spot. So we're going to do some mass conversions. Actually, I really need to stop doing that. I hope my citizens are showing up. Remember, if I hammer down the conversion button, I tend to wind up with more than I need. That's so frustrating. That this is actually the thing that I need to keep in mind, is that the biggest argument for me to
to expand the number of citizens is not so much that I need the citizen, but it gives me access to additional ships. Have I ever played Frostpunk? I feel like it's a system chalk game. This is the funny thing. I love this War of Mine. I think it's a really well done game. Oh. You might be seeing my first crash. I really like 11-bit's games. Let me just get a quick. Yep. Oh, well, that's a shame. Ah, you guys can't see Mike. I don't think there's anything too compromising on there, but anyways, yeah, so I've played a little bit of Frostpunk, but what's so interesting about it is that I really like this War of Mine. I think it's really well done. And the thing that is so tricky for me about Frostpunk is that I find it really sad and depressing, and I think because it's fictionalized, I feel bad creating this world of tremendous hardship for the people that live in it. So I have to really be in the mood for Frostpunk. It is very well done though, and I suspect actually it's because I'm playing Industries of Titan that you're mentioning it, because there is some overlap between. Yeah, like I said, Frostpunk just brings misery. All right, it actually looks like we didn't lose too much. But what I am going to do is I'm going to be a little more thoughtful about my conversion. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You played it, you feel like you do a much better job, or sorry, you played it, you feel I would do a much better job than you did, and so you'll just watch me play it. That's so wonderful to hear, GNR/, but that I now feel a tremendous pressure on me. One of the things that I was actually really happy to find out is that, I'm sure longtime viewers will know, I tend to have opinions that are not always remarkably welcome. And one of those is one of my favorite gaming purchases has been an EA Origin Access subscription. I think EA Origin Access is the interesting. Okay, so we seem to be crashing at the same spot. That is very interesting. So I'm going to give this one more shot. I also still have the experimental build that I can run with as well. Oh no, I know you're not. I know you're not. You're not trying to pressure me or anything like that, GNR/. It's just it's funny because I really do kind of want to do it, and I know that people like it when I play those kinds of games. But I also need to remember that sometimes people prefer to watch rather than play a given game. So. But yeah. Anyways, I suspect I'm probably doing something. I'm doing something to upset the game. And what I mean, it could be that I'm running into the same issue that the Titan 01 was running into. So what I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to lighten up a little bit on the conversion centers. I'm going to do 5 at a time. Oh, you know what? It looks like people are already being converted. Ha ha! All right. So it's autosave just before that problem. So there's actually a couple things that I can. So the change I was going to make was on the conversion rates. I believe it gives you multiple. Autosaves, so I can probably still work my way out of that. But what I'm going to do now, I'm switching to the experimental branch. So this is For those of you, by the way, who own the game or are thinking of picking it up, so I had a devil of a time trying to find the experimental branch for the simple reason that I have set my library to only filter the stuff that's installed. Oh yeah, I was talking about EA Origin Access. I'll talk about experimental first and then EA Origin Access. The experimental build is basically in your library like a different game. So if you don't know how to get the experimental branch like I did, it is not that it is hard to find, it's that I am careless. Which is not to imply that you're careless. Maybe you have other reasons for not knowing where it is. But if you own this game, you definitely have the experimental branch. And if you don't see it, just do your filter, select all, and you should be able to run through it. But GNR/ was mentioning Frostpunk. One of the things I actually got EA Origin Access for Anthem, which I didn't mind, to be completely honest with you. But I realize it is not everybody's favorite game, and I do hope that they improve it. It looks like they are doing a pretty big overhaul. But it's been incredible for playing a lot of these really interesting single games. So if you like Zachtronic games, Opus Magnum and Shenzhen.io are in it. Frostpunk was in it. It's, there's a bunch of really good indie or small games by larger studios. And even if you do the base version, which is about $5 a month, like, you get access to, like, I think probably 2/3 of the games that people have come into chat to say, hey, you might be interested in Game X. I've checked Origin Access, and it's it's been on there. And that one I don't even have an affiliate link for. So that's me talking about good game deals. It's I mean, obviously you're seeing me in a point where the playthroughs been interrupted by a crash, but we'll try and get through this. So Titan used to orbit along Saturn's planar axis. I think it was Ego Karen who was asking about I think it was Ego who was asking about the lore. So here's a little bit about what's going on. Titan used to orbit along Saturn's planar axis. Titan's ancient civilization used their colossal power to change the moon's orbit just to get a better view of the rings. Okay. So I suspect that my citizens are already converting. So we'll see what happens when they get to 8. Because that's normally when the... Okay, so oh, no, it's locked up. Okay. So, either we have to say goodbye to this playthrough, which would be a shame, or I need to find an earlier save. What I will do, though, I will submit a bug report, because I feel like that is probably a very helpful save to send along. I've been rather bad at not dealing with that. I'm really sorry, by the way, guys. I know it's not fun to watch people debug a game during a stream, so... The nightlife of Titan is punctuated with effervescent lights, corporate advertising, and rain-soaked denizens. This is one thing I am kind of hoping that they'll be developing more in the simulation. In the simulation aspect, is like right now there's no reason for me to make this sort of paved megalopolis like you see in Blade Runner, and that's just because I have right now I'm building structures purely for the benefit of I'm building structures purely for the for workers, whereas I suspect a large part of this game is going to be about citizens. I've played Syndicate Wars on PC. Definitely similarities in terms of the music. I mean, the isometric view and the I mean, voxels are very different from old-fashioned looks to games, but I don't think it's an unfair comparison. By the way, guys, I'll take a quick minute here just for I'll get a little bit of oh man, I remember so one of the ways that I got to play games so when I'm not like making money on my own, one of the really easy ways of playing games was that there used to be these books, and they would be like, you'd have it'd be a big book about games, and in the back there would be like a CD with demos for tons of stuff. And of course, the reason why all these demos fit on a CD is because they were older games, right? There were things that maybe there'd be like a shareware copy on a floppy disk or whatever. And so these books that were like these compendiums of games. And then sometimes if there wasn't a demo for the game, there'd be a trailer. And then, when those books get old, they're in like discount like baskets in bookstores, so like you can pick them up for like $5 or whatever. And that's how I found stuff like the old Bullfrog game, like Theme Park and Theme Hospital and stuff like that. And I remember they had a trailer for Syndicate Wars, which I just thought, I was really little at this time, right? Like, I just thought that was the coolest thing ever. I that trailer stuck with me, and so when I saw it available on GOG, I picked it up. Exoplasm says, definitely spent more money on magazines with demo discs than fully priced games as a kid. Yeah. So Exoplasm knows what it's like. I mean, these were books that I had rather than. But I mean, like PC Gamer, yeah, that used to come with its DVD of games as well. So. All right, I was going to get a quick word in. So incidentally, again, I don't want to be too mercenary about this, but if you are thinking of picking up this game, which I'm currently crashing, that is an affiliate link. If you buy something on the Epic Store and you haven't used that link, you can also just put the creator code SystemChalk. When you're at checkout, it's just below the purchase button. The amount for streamers on the, or for supported creators on this is actually pretty generous. So it would be very helpful for me if you did, and it also supports the dev to buy the game. I don't know if Epic is covering the full amount of because it's higher than the other ones. I know Epic used to be covering that, but I don't know when it gets that high, whether that's coming out of Epic pocket or Brace Yourselves pocket. But one way or the other, it's an amount that they chose, which is something I can't say for other affiliate programs that I was part of. But anyways, if you want to pick it up, that's something that helps me out. And of course, if you don't buy Industries of Titan, you can just type in SystemChalk below the purchase button to get it done. I'm going to be taking a minute on the load, so I thought I'd talk a little bit about the roadmap too. So a couple of things that I'm really looking forward to. Roads and Trucks, I feel, is going to help me out with the problem I was having in terms of the storage centers and all that. Also, I noticed there's quite a few more people here than when I said that, so now is maybe not a bad time for me to mention I was given a key for this game for promotional purposes. So I've already kind of done that disclosure, but I feel it's probably more in the spirit of those kinds of disclosures that when the number of people goes higher, there's going to be new people who've heard that. So I've probably put 30 or 40 hours into this game already because I have played it a little bit on my own. So I'm clearly playing this because I like it, but it's up to you to decide whether or not I'm a complete shill. So I know a lot of people are really looking forward to the ship construction and the ship-to-ship combat. I think that's going to be neat, especially because if you look at this image, it looks like you have yet another sort of construction part to be running around with. But honestly, I'm really looking forward to Roads and Trucks because I feel like that will help me with my supply depot problems. It says here population simulation. There's a lot that's going on here, and I kind of feel like this bit here covers a lot of details. So, liquid strengths, food farms, hunger, leisure clubs, health, hospitals, whatnot. Where I was talking about how the game doesn't give you a reason to build sort of this rain-soaked metropolis like in Blade Runner, it's because right now citizens only exist to produce credits, which are not useful at all points in the game. And so I'm assuming that a lot of the population simulation parts are going to involve, all these little checklists in terms of, or all these items in the checklist, that's going to be where I wind up making really cool looking territories. So, oh, that's really neat, Space Coder. I'll have to check that out. Okay, let's see if I can. Okay, yeah, well, there's no fixing that, unfortunately. Kaner machines allow skyscrapers to be built in record time. Vertical laser technology prints a nanoweave lattice of minerals and isotopes. So first thing I want to see is whether or not my population starts ticking down. If it does, it means I'm too late. Oh, looks like we're converting citizens. Yep, and we crash. So like I said, this is going to take me a little bit just to find that save. If we get to a point before I do those conversions and I still wind up freezing up, that means we have to start a new playthrough. But that's fine, because it just means I get to talk about the early stages more. And it also gives me another reason to be more quick in taking out the rebel camps. I will say, too, just in defense of Industries of Titan, freezing because of Frostpunk, in defense of Industries of Titan, like, I am clearly doing the same save over and over and over again, and it is, like, the game has very clearly told me, hey, you are using an old version, which is not the done thing. So I'm going to get rid of these two just because I know it's hopeless. You know what? 10 minutes is a meaningful amount of time, but it seems like it'll save us a lot of trouble. All right, this. Oh no, actually, I've got my crazy floors. So let's get back to work. And we can't be converting. Okay, so this'll be interesting to see whether or not it was the conversions that were causing the problems. I'm still going to go up to 3 speed just because I'm going to be waiting on some resources and whatnot. Sorry for the silence. I just I want to. I'm actually going to say moving resources is a higher priority than construction. And let's get clean. Yeah, so repair is not a priority anymore. I actually think, we'll say salvage. No, you know what? Salvage and extract is a higher priority than surveying right now. I also forgot. I did say that I was going to be going for the top right corner here, so I do want to see what we're working with in these tiles. It's very unlikely I'm going to build anything on these 3, but it's not that hard to work with. So in the early stages of the game too, these ruins wind up being a nice source of minerals and other factors. I'm definitely going for red artifacts because I sort of feel like more workers are going to be the thing that allow me to really push out my my boundaries and get as many goodies as I can. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to do these conversions. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do them one at a time. That's going to be a slow way of doing it, but I'm not actually in any real... I'm not feeling any urgency on getting that done. Also, what I did not realize, it looks like there is a cap on influence. So let's find some things that I can buy. So I'm connecting the factory just so I can turn this into another energy generating monstrosity. We're currently generating 423 power, so I have a feeling we'll be okay. But we're an evil megacorp. I wanna get all the resources I can. All right. So a lot of this, GNR/, thank you very much for the subscription. Is this your first? I feel like you've subscribed before. Honestly, a lot of that claiming was more about me using my influence rather than wasting it. Anyways, thank you very much for that subscription, and please do take advantage of the emotes. I always like shouting out the Eyes of Sin's wonderful work that she did on these. Alright, I'm a little weirded out by the fact that I hit that conversion button and I don't see any oh, here he is. Alright. So now we will convert the next one. Obviously, you just get the access to the System 1 HMM, but please do take advantage of them. My favorite emote is actually the one that's at the $5 tier, and that's partly, obviously there was definitely that moment where I went into full Megacorp mode and said, well, if I put the best emote behind the high value one, maybe more people will get it. But honestly, I actually really like it when people use that emote. I thought Eyes of Sin did a wonderful job on it, and it makes me happy when people who sub. I mean, I really like it when people sub because they're supporting the stream, and obviously there's never a requirement that people do that. So, getting the kind words, I am not in a position to say who the best streamer is, but I am incredibly flattered that you've given me that august title. Yeah, just knowing that it's optional, it definitely is something that makes me feel pretty good, and I do like seeing, the emotes are a way that I can try and give back something for that, or at least give you more than the free value, the free entertainment, because you can get that already. I don't really feel like I'm rewarding you by supplying that. Not that I think I'm not chopped liver. Like, I try to do the best that I can with this sort of thing. But okay, looks like we've got space for another conversion. I'm trying to be a little more relaxed on the conversions, so that I can if it is in fact the conversions that were causing that problem, I don't want to give the game an excuse to fall flat on me. Anyways, yeah, the emotes are a way that I can. I feel like people are getting value for their sub. I think the Eyes of Sin did a really wonderful job on them. I like talking about the wonderful job that she did on them, and it feels good when I see people getting something out of them. So do feel free to spam that as much as you want. And again, thank you for the kind words as well as the dollars. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to speed up if I want to see some of my projects bear fruit, but let's see what we're looking at. Okay, so I'm gonna salvage this just for the resources. All right. Well, if I thought I had too much influence, I definitely don't now. So again, all the upgrades are just, gearing myself up for future expansion, more turrets, more whatnot. But I do want to make sure that the existing turrets that I want are actually getting properly built. Now, this is kind of interesting here, because I did say that I wanted to try and focus a bit on taking out the baddies in, on this side of the map at some point. But it looks like this is all... Like, it doesn't actually look like there's a whole lot of places where I'd be able to go. It actually looks like I kind of need to move up through this center point here. Let's think about where I'm going to get a new mine. Obviously, I want to put down some turrets too, but let's start by thinking about where... it's probably not going to show me how far... Or, yeah, it'll let me. So this is the closest I can build it. So again, the primary purpose for the salvage was just was just so that I could get access to the area to build. I'm a little nervous that these defensive turrets aren't being built yet. I need to keep a closer eye on the citizen count, but. All right, I have another tasty factory to fill with all sorts of energy madness, but let's see how the current... All right, floor 2 is a thing of beauty. Floor 3, oh, just finishing up. Some fine work, gentlemen. Put some batteries in, and we will call it a day for that one. Glorious. One thing that they have mentioned in the tutorial is that what am I trying to say? Fuel will have sort of a transportation system to deal with. I don't know if I've done the proper conversion yet. Let's see what's going on. This guy definitely does not look very healthy. I'm wondering when they talk about the population simulation and whatnot, if one of the things that I'm going to be able to do is like click on one and see what their status is. We'll watch the conversion process. Pollution definitely is a factor in this game, and it can kill your citizens. And as we saw on the roadmap, it does seem that happiness and riots and whatnot are going to be a thing. But fortunately, he's now forever happy because we have replaced his insides with machinery. Get it all up. And like I said, I do love the fact that they put in the animation for wading through the garbage. I think that is an incredibly nice touch. Probably it's not such a nice touch that I need to keep obsessing about it each time I see it, but I'm going to do 2 at a time here. I'm feeling dangerous. Okay, we've got the scouting done, so where's my next base going to come from? I'm kind of inclined to take this one just for the material wealth. So I went for that one just because I can get another red artifact, and it's tied up to these two, so if I need to build like a turret or something. In practice, what'll probably happen is it's like a command center here and like a pylon here. I'm not 100% sure yet, but... then, of course, there's the alternative of, so if memory serves, when we were attacked, maybe I don't want to build anything around these areas, and instead I want to be focusing on this spot. So many move resources jobs. So it'll tell me when the conversion's done, then I can hit the next one. Okay. So 2 didn't hurt anything. So this is one thing that kind of interests me, right? When it says that the conversion queue is 0 of 25, I know that there are citizens on their way to becoming converted. But I have a feeling that something's going on in the background that that's not properly tracking that, and that was the reason I was running into the problems I was. But I'm not going to lie, I am not a developer. I know a few things. I definitely do not know enough to freelance for Brace Yourself games, so that is pure speculation on my part. Again, I want to try and keep, so obviously I've got entirely too many credits, and I don't really need to be generating any more, but they're nice to have. Actually, speaking of priorities, no, I think I am going to do more surveying, though. I'm also kind of just sitting on a lot of this because I want to have, I would like to have some of these buildings, like, dealt with before I go any further. Oh, you know what I didn't consider? I'm also going to need a pylon for this mine. Well, that's fine. I'm just going to do something a little different. So I have to build it there. So because I know that, so this is one of these things, actually, you know what, I've been meaning to, actually, I'm also going to zoom in. I was thinking about putting that as a slightly more severe bug. The reason I zoomed in was just so that they could see a storage facility built right beside the mine. But I've talked about that on a couple of playthroughs, but I never actually submitted that as feedback. So, well, this is the funny thing, GNR / credits are the one resource where you can, in fact, have enough of. So, I mean, again, for those of you who are interested in the lore of this game, the way that I've set it up right now, this is a terrible place to live. So, people live in habitat pods inside of a factory, so it's noisy. And then your job is to go to a monetization station. So your only job is to walk into a room and look at, I believe their terminology is high click-through rate ads, to generate credits, and then in reality, the whole reason why I've brought you to the colony in the first place is so that I eventually can take out your insides and turn you into a worker who will work, 24 hours without complaint. But yeah, that's the overall story. So in this case here, right now, credits live in this really weird spot where there's not a whole lot of things to buy with them, and so it's actually a little hard to justify. It's a little hard to justify having people working on those jobs. I still do it because in the end, I want my citizens to be doing something before I convert them into employees. But I sort of know that at this point, as long as I generate enough credits that I can donate them to the council for influence, I I don't actually really need them. Oh no, it's the wave of the future, GNR/. It's very profitable for me. I'm still waiting for this store. So one of the reasons why I've got move resource. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put clean up. No, I can't. I really want that construction to be happening too. Basically, I'm just trying to get people to move all the resources. So one, the construction doesn't have as much of a bottleneck, but number two, so that I can start building all the other buildings that I want to. I think I said that I needed to put down some additional defensive structures here. I might even, yeah, you know what, let's clear that out so the turrets will kind of cover everything in this area. So obviously I'm not going to bother upgrading the isotope mine here just because I don't see any point. Like, it's going to get to its storage capacity. Now the problem is the storage capacity is 5, so there's not going to be as large of a stockpile to pull from, but, you know, as long as somebody takes something from it, they'll replace it, and if they don't take something from it, then I'm screwed. Looks like they are finally cleaning up the waste. That's welcome news. So we have 5 more employees to create before I make another conversion center, so I'll do 1 now. And then I'll do another batch of 2s. But it really, given the fact that the crash hasn't reoccurred, it looks like this was related to me really hammering down on that conversion button. So that's a good lesson for me. I do get really impatient with stuff like that, so I need to own that. But that turns out to be the reason I was having trouble. This is going to be a nice little spot for the command center and the pylon. I am going to upgrade both just so that I have options. But in this case here, I'm going to get access to a mineral mine as well. So I suppose this gives me a good excuse to clear out this ruin. It also gives me 72 minerals, which means we'll have a nice big stockpile to build other things with. Get someone in there. As you can see, I'm getting a little nervous as far as turrets are concerned, but I did also say that I want to double up my turrets because so far with the attacks that we've been dealing with, we've been able to, as long as there have been 2 turrets in the area, we've been able to take on anything. But if there's a single turret, it usually winds up shot to pieces. Alright, so I can finally build my command center here, and then I think I'm going to try and get a little bit bolder with my energy pylon placement. So, but what I think I'll do as well, I'm going to put a pair of defensive turrets. So that'll also provide some coverage for my mine. This is going to be the next conversion center that I build. This command center isn't active yet because I built the energy pylon so that it would basically be just touching the edge of the next one. Again, the problem with this kind of construction style is that you are 1 attack away from losing a really significant part of your base. Okay, looks like my conversion numbers were off. There was someone else. But the good news is, most of the stuff that I wanted to build is constructed, so I can start getting a little more. I can start getting a little bit more bold with my construction decisions again. How are we with fuel? We're at plus 11, so at some point I'm going to need another fuel turbine. Let's not stand on ceremony. So I'm a little worried about the fact that I'm putting so much... Actually, you know what? Yeah, like I said, this will just give me an excuse. We've already got the 2 turrets, so it's not as poorly defended as I thought. And while I'm at it, I'm also going to build a couple of fuel silos. It's not the most critical thing that I could be building right now. But given the fact that my whole energy, like given my whole power grid is reliant on these really high generating factories, I figure it couldn't hurt to have a little bit more of a stockpile. So mostly they're just going to be covered by these turrets. I don't want to put too much. Basically, so the thing is that I know I'm going to have to defend this command center and mines and whatnot, so I'm going to say that this is a sort of an extension of the colony at this point, that it's going to be just as well defended as all of these other buildings. I might even want to consider doing things like building conversion centers and whatnot there. Now, the problem is that any one of these energy pylons going down will be able to take out this center. But other than that, we should be in a fairly, this just kind of winds up being HQ2 or however you want to term it. Okay, I'm going to get a quick look at the factory just to make sure I don't see any gloomy citizens on their way to conversion. Looks like they're not, so let's say one here, one here. Okay, that should bring me up to my employee limit. In fact, if they get it done reasonably quickly, I should be able to bring the freighter from Venus. Incidentally, for those of you that like the lore in the game, if you do mouse over the ships, it does tell you a little bit about the types of ships and where they're coming from. So, light freighter Shimmer from Venus, a standard workhorse of Saturn and its moons, whereas Earth is giving us also a light freighter. The MSS Athena, Mars continues to innovate in the field of hybrid transports, equally suited for personnel and cargo. I love the implications about that. Would you want to fly in a ship does that double duty? So let me just make sure I don't have... Alright, we do have a couple things that are being built, so I'm going to hold off before I build another conversion center. Again, to me, citizens exist to be converted into workers at this point. That's kind of the incentives the game has given me. And I don't mind that at all. I'm just building in accordance with those ideals. I think I'm going to put my mineral... I'm going to basically free up all my workers to... I'll have one working in each of the mines, but I feel like having them sit in anything else is a waste. So... there is a side of me that would like to build another extension to the power plants. We're definitely generating far more than I need. But at the moment here, I think I'd actually prefer to have people sort of running around building the extensions that I want first. So I think we're ready to speed up and just watch the plans unfold. Curious if that storage facility is being used. It's probably being used because of this stuff. Or maybe these. I do really kind of want to start putting these, well, here's how I can make myself feel better about that. I'll claim these, I'll put some pylons up. That'll be the start of my effort to kind of extend my reach. It has a nice convenient bonus of giving me it gives me some extra resources as well. Okay, I gotta slow down again just for a second to make sure that I have what I need. So I do want to upgrade this command center and all. I'm gonna take a minute, or no, I think I said I was gonna put the mine... doesn't reach. Okay. So we'll buzz this thing down. This is gonna cost a lot in terms of claims. And now I'll upgrade the command. This upgrade's gonna take a bit, so I don't mind working on that. Is there a hard limit map edges based on the mini map, or does it expand beyond that? I believe it is a 64 by 64 map, Exoplasm. I believe there is a hard edge. So essentially, I want to, assuming that the directions the ships have been coming from tells me where the rebel camps are, I want to do one expedition up here, and the rest of it is going to be spent exploring this lower area here. If I'm lucky, the 2 rebel camps are sort of based in this lower area around here. In practice, it'll probably be in like this little corner here, so we'll be chasing them down for a longer time. But that's fine. That's gameplay. That's fun. That's something I want to do. Okay, that's a salvage job, so not much for me to do there. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to the fuel turbine, so let's get those upgraded. I'm also going to connect the fuel silos. So again, this is fragile to an attack, but this is actually going to wind up being one of the better defended parts of my base when all is said and done. I'm going to do something a little different here. Or, no, I'll probably just put the 2 defensive turrets. I'll do what I always do. So this will be the furthest reaches out. Unless I get some indication that there's rebels coming from this area, this is going to be the furthest reach of to the, what is that? Northwest. So this is the limit of where the colony goes. We're just going to mine these resources, mine these, and our attention is going to be on sort of these parts of the map. Alright, so I was building these so I can get some pylons down. I think it's pretty clear that I'm going to have to build more than one command center, so I don't mind putting them in sort of I don't mind having the pylons sort of in the pole position and the headquarters behind, because the headquarters will then leapfrog into the energy area brought on by the pylon. So I'm doing this knowing that I'm going to have more than one. Hello! That was lucky. So, let's survey, let's get a pylon, and let's get a command center down there, and we will get rid of the filthy rebel scum. Look at that homeless camp. How dare they? If they charged rent, I'd be more okay with it. So I'm prioritizing minerals because if you notice, most of the buildings that I'm waiting on... okay, so this is the one example where I'm waiting on isotopes, actually. But by and large, it seems like most of my production has been held up with by minerals. Or maybe it's just available workers at this point. Let's do same story here. Energy pylon down there with headquarters behind, but there's waste, so I'm not able to put that down right away. I forgot that wasn't the top level command center yet, so I got to get that upgraded. Yeah, we're good for resources. What we don't have right now are enough stockpiles. That's fine, we'll make it work. So now that I've got a rebel camp that I want to clear out, I'm not going to worry about expanding out that factory. I might build another conversion center now because it seems like we've got these long trains of people trying to do certain jobs but not getting it done fast enough. But I do want to make sure that I'm at least able to work these tiles before I go any further. And we can fast forward to make that a little bit more timely. Just because I can, I'm going to slowly go claim by claim on these isotopes, and it's just because I know I generate a lot very quickly. Okay, I don't seem to be paying. I wonder if this is because I had that huge surplus from before. I don't know how I can show this in a screenshot, but okay. Fancy new command center. So again, a bunch of surveying and upgrading to be done there. I will upgrade this energy pylon just because it's going to be powering the forward command centers that I make. What else do I want to do? Oh yes, upgrade my fuel silo. So right now it's carrying 6,000. I feel we can do better. Going to put surveying ruins as my top priority because that's going to be the way that I can stick a command center down these guys' throats. Also, I don't know if the person who I'm sorry I don't remember who asked this question earlier, but someone was asking how you get rid of rebel camps. If you weren't here earlier, it is actually just as simple as putting down a command center and having the territory take it over. What I am interested in is if you have a command center and for some reason it gets disabled, whether or not the camp becomes a rebel camp again. So if I had that command center that went over the HQ, in fact, the specific that we learned was there is a tile called a rebel HQ tile. I bet it's this one, but it's currently in the fog of war. As long as your territory covers the rebel HQ, it ceases to count as a rebel camp, and it doesn't seem to generate any more enemy ships. Now I'm thorough, so I just completely dismantle the rebel camp because I just seems like the sort of thing a mean owner might do. But that is certainly not a requirement. Alright, this is the point where I kind of want to put waste cleanup as a higher priority because this is stopping me from building these headquarters. Although again, I certainly my priorities are on this corner. This is really fog of war, or just casual fog. I mean, the environmental effects in this game is really neat. One thing that I didn't mention on this stream that I thought was really neat in the simulation. Huh. So I guess mines do generate pollution. Oh yeah, it's because this isn't actually mining anything right now. That's neat. When the rain comes, the pollution goes down. They were sure to model that, which I thought was a really neat touch. It looks really weird to see the map anywhere but westward facing. Like I'm so used to looking at this base in the western mode that everything just seems laid out wrong if I look in any other direction. Sorry for those of you who are deeply offended by westward views. Right. So we knew that the storage would be full here. Normally I would like to do a big upgrade and whatnot. There's no practical point because unfortunately as long as workers are not emptying out the storage and putting them into something more meaningful like storage, it doesn't get me anything. Okay, good news there. We've claimed all of these. We've got a mine. Wait, where's the mine? Did I forget to build the mine? Oh yeah, because of the waste. So how is surveying? Okay, no more survey jobs for now. Let's take cleanup. I'm actually going to put cleanup waste above move resources for the time being. Although the extraction jobs may need to go higher, so... Again, like I said, I'm just going to go right to the edge of their territory if I can get away with it. I do need to make sure that I have enough... Oh yeah, we'll have enough energy coverage. And then if there's some... Yeah, so these cases here, these are pure... Basically, I'll take anything that's a pure gain. So, artifacts don't generate waste. This is something I don't want to take because it's 32 minerals, but I get 24 waste for it. Whereas this tile, well, it doesn't say what it got, but it was basically just minerals and isotopes. So because I'm impatient, I'm actually going to put these higher up. Okay, we can afford to build the command center here. This is a level 3 energy pylon, but unfortunately there's waste, so I'm not able to work with that. You need a worker. Now, most of these defensive turrets I think are going to be redundant, because if we clear out this rebel camp, then I believe the only threats are down below here, and it's very unlikely that they're going to do a big sort of sweep around. But to me, I don't see any gain in dismantling these things. They don't have any kind of maintenance or whatever. And in fact, I'm generating so much surplus energy right now. Wrong building. I'm generating so much surplus energy that it's unlikely that I'm going to be in a situation where, like, I could probably turn all of them on, and all that I would really be doing is just hobbling my my workforce. I will confess, I'm also a little bit tempted. What's my territory looking like? So I think I'm going to take a quick peek around here. This may be a wild goose chase, but I don't think I've built the defensive turrets yet. So what I can do is I can do some surveys over here. I can protect these extractors. Although, again, I don't really need this territory as much as I used to. And this can sort of help me with my rebel hunt. But clearly my priorities are up here. So yeah, wherever I put the pylon will be fine. These are pretty high priority jobs, so I think I'm going to take construction and put that to the top of the list now. And once these get built, I'm going to put down another conversion center. I would normally do that otherwise, but I do, like, I don't know when the next attack is going to come. If I'm able to clear this thing out before the attack happens, I'm in good shape. Keeping in mind, of course, that this energy pylon will need at least a level 2 upgrade before it comes online. So wait till it gets a worker assigned, and then I'll hit the upgrade button. Also, I got lazy about that mine. There we go. right. I'm just trying to think of other things that I can be doing to make myself productive in the meantime, but honestly, we're waiting. Like, the funny thing now is that I probably have enough resources to just be able to do a whole bunch of speculative command centers, and if they get destroyed by the rebel fleet, so be it, right? But the thing is that, like, this is still it's a new game, and it's a game that I really enjoy playing, so I don't really want to like, it seems to me that if I just sit down and say, it's like, I am gonna win Industries of Titan, and like I go, I just build this whole network of command centers and whatnot, and I don't really worry about the production side, I'm sort of cutting myself off from the part of the game that's fun, right? The more that I've played this, the more I've sort of realized that there's a slight difference in terms of what I thought this game was compared to what it actually is. It is a city builder, but it's definitely not a city builder as in you sit back and just, it's not, you're not given the Sir Kama canvas to, to paint your own little dystopian future. You have some very clear goals, and if you don't try and pursue those goals, you'll find yourself overwhelmed by the enemy quite quickly. And so, in that sense, like, you do want to make sure you take care of things like defenses and whatnot. So with that in mind, if you are interested in, like, if the game that I described, your cyberpunk model building kit, if that sounds like a more exciting game to you, do keep in mind this game has a Zen mode, which is all about sort of the building and whatnot. So that option is there, but I was a little surprised. The two big surprises I had was I did not realize the rebel camp thing was as big of a factor. You really do need to keep an eye on that. Like, it does seem to be the ultimate goal. And then when I saw this, I was sort of under the impression that this was an Into the Breach approach to the city builder. So one of the things that I really like about Into the Breach is that it takes a game like XCOM, and it plays a little bit like, what if an independent team had made XCOM? Now, I mean, Firaxis is definitely a pretty special company in terms of what they can do and how they accomplish it. That's not a knock against Firaxis and what their capabilities are. But what I mean is, a team that is very limited in terms of its scope and its resources. How would they do a take on the XCOM genre? And I think, I mean, I know some people are like, XCOM isn't a genre. I think Julian Gollop had a PC Gamer article where, people seem to react very strongly to him claiming that. I don't know, though. Like, there seem to be enough games that have been inspired by XCOM and sort of have their take on it that are distinct from the original. I feel that he's justified in making that claim. I also love XCOM, so. But yeah, it turns out that this game is not that. I think what I did was I misread the state of the game in early access as opposed to what the overall plan was. And the plan definitely seems to be to go very heavy on the simulation efforts to make it something where you will, you'll really be... Like, actually, what really interested me was, I think it's Andy Nguyen is the designer. I may have the name wrong, and I apologize if I do, but the same designer behind Monaco, What's Yours Is Mine. And, I mean, Ryan Clark is obviously still involved with the project, but I believe Andy Nguyen is the lead designer now. When he was talking about inspirations, he talked about Stellaris, which I thought was really interesting. And now I kind of see why, because even where it is now, but definitely when you take a look at that roadmap of the things that they're putting in, like, one of the things I like about Stellaris is you have this big machine and you put down a lot of plans in terms of, you put down a lot of plans in terms of, I'm going to do things with sort of a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan. This is going to be something that will only pay off, a generation from now. And part of the enjoyment of those grand strategy games is to see sort of those plans come to fruition, and to be able to see whether or not your judgments were right. And because those games are quite complicated, you don't pay attention to all the systems at once. You will say, here is the thing that I really need to be focusing on right now in order to achieve my long-term goal. And so I think that's where Nguyen was going with his comparison to Stellaris, which is, it seems like the idea of people's happiness and your ability to generate. Actually, I feel like I should build one power generator so we can see what they look like. Your resource piles and whatnot. All of these things are things that you're not necessarily going to be able to keep in your head at one time, and instead what you're doing is you're sort of pushing in. You're influencing this larger machine, but you're not able to just go in and micromanage everything all the time. And again, it's different from what I was expecting, but I'm actually very excited for the prospect of a game like that, because that's very much the type of game that I enjoy playing. And I don't know, I'm always, I feel a little weird to say, it's a type of game I'm good at, because what exactly does good at video games mean? Surely if you are having fun, you are doing the right thing. But yeah, I definitely feel very comfortable playing games like that. All right, excellent. Our command center's coming online. I'm going to wait a little bit before I upgrade this command center, just because we're going to have a bunch of rebel territory that we can clear out. Actually, these will both be coming online right around the same time, which gives me the warm fuzzies. Yep, we've got everything that we need here, actually, so no point in... Well, I'll upgrade it because it's fun to upgrade, and I get to see more of the map, but... So, claiming the Rebel HQ got us what we needed, but sometimes it's just fun to see your enemies crushed. So I gotta wait for at least the Rebel turret to go down. I don't really mind the long trip to the mineral node, because like I said, the mineral production is not as good as it could be from the mines until there's a better logistics system. So in this case here, I kind of want to minimize the distance to places where things might be potentially built. It looks like the dismantling job is pretty much done. So now I feel okay hitting that upgrade. And I think I am going to roll the dice here, and I'm not going to put defensive turrets up on these buildings. Well, you know what? I don't think that's the right call. It's probably overly cautious, but there is the possibility if we wind up with rebels down here, I will actually want to defend it. Now again, there's not really a whole lot for me to defend, but it's my territory, it's the council's property. We can't just let the riffraff take what we want, or take our hard-earned territory. Okay. So the dilemma that I face in this scenario... No, actually, this isn't as much of a dilemma as I thought. So I'm going to do command center... What? Lies. Oh, because I haven't claimed... Ah. So that's waste. Alright, I kind of wanted this to be a little bit closer to the corner, but not enough that I'm gonna pitch a fit over it. So this is the furthest that the command center can go currently. Ooh, a lot of red artifacts. And it looks like we're back to the claims consuming influence. Speaking of, so I think it's time for some more conversion centers. And like I said, this isn't necessarily me making an optimal choice. Oh, actually, you know what? We'll build a conversion center there. This is just me sort of, I kind of want to see what it looks like. So I'm going to build an energy plant, and while I'm at it, why not build an energy depot? And while I'm there, let's make this a real proper outpost. And we'll put a conversion center up too. Notice the conversion center is going close to the turrets. Though as far as surpluses are concerned, we're currently generating a surplus of 59 fuel. So while I'm looking for things to do, let's just build the ultimate base. Incidentally, if there's any questions about the game, we're in kind of a bit of a calm moment right now. I mean, I kind of feel like we've won. I do know that the rebel attacks are supposed to become very tough later on in the game, so I don't want to dawdle. But I feel like there are... Yes, I can still get away with this. I feel like there are sort of fewer long-term threats that I need to worry about right now. And as long as I don't dawdle on my world domination plans, we should be in good shape. So again, I don't want to entomb everything right now. The problem with some of these designs is that I don't have like the energy relays and all of that down properly, but I do still need to leave space for all of this stuff to get built. You actually have no idea what this game is about. So the premise of the game is that there's sort of a new industrial revolution or gold rush, or however you want to term it, on Titan. Oh, right, I didn't build the mine yet, did I? And that you are sort of a startup, or just, you know, you're someone staking a claim on this world. It's definitely, like, it's pretty open in terms of its cyberpunk influences. So the whole idea here is that, like, the colonists that come in here, if there's a failed venture, they all go scrambling to the next one to try and find. Like, it's very fluid in terms of people's ability to make great wealth or fall completely to pieces. And so you're given sort of a grant by this organization known as the Council. We sort of started off with basically, not even these 9 tiles around me. So the edge of this factory, this turret, this empty plot, this pylon, this empty plot. So, like, this was what I originally had. And the first part of the game is you're spent investigating all of the ruins that are found on Titan from a previous civilization. And sometimes you'll find strange technology like the red artifacts. It definitely seems, if you notice, that donating a red artifact gives you 20 relationship with the Council, whereas everything else gives you 4. So definitely the purpose of this work on Titan seems to be acquiring these red artifacts. So you are responsible for sort of generating the return for this council. And the way that you do that is, of course, you build up your industrial base. You get yourself into a position where you're going to get more workers, more citizens. It becomes a self-sustaining colony, and also that it deals with the rebels that come and attack. And so, I mean, the really key thing here is it's easy enough to just say that the game is like oh, actually, I need to clean up waste because then I won't be able to build my headquarters without that. The game is a city builder with strategy elements. It would actually be best to say that it's a strategy city builder. Some people say that there's tower defense elements, which I think is correct in the current version of the game, although I suspect that Hello? Let's get that energy pylon back on. Although this is really interesting, right? I've apparently shut down an energy pylon forever, and it had no effect on my base. That's thinking with portals. I don't want that to happen here because we will get crushed if that happens. There's exactly one point where these two are connected. But yeah, so I think the reason why it seems like tower defense is because right now you only have defensive turrets, whereas the intention is to have quite a bit more diversity in terms of defensive options. I mean, it's also, if you're building ships to send and crush your enemies, perhaps you can't call that a defensive option anymore. That's really going on the offense. But one way or the other, like it's a game where you spend a lot of time building. You spend time building your city. You spend time building your factories, and constructing ships are going to be some. Actually, I'm building all the same thing inside this factory, so that's not that exciting. But let's say my original factory, there's a little bit more diversity. So there's habitat pods, there's monetization stations where people look at ads all day to make me money. Floor 2, we kind of went back to generating fuel and power because I sort of figured that was really what I needed. Let's connect. But yeah, it's you acquire lots of resources, and you use those resources to eliminate the riffraff that want to stop you from making a profit. I'm glad you think it's fun to watch. I mean, I'm having a great time with having a great time with the game. Even when I run into stuff that I clearly is a bug or something that stops me from being able to move forward with it. Like, it's an interesting looking game. It's a fun world to sort of run around in. It's a really great looking game. So it's pleasant to just sort of wallow in the world that's been created and mess around with it. I think I said I was going to put a new command center down here, so I don't have the resources. Well, if I don't have the resources, maybe I should start taking down some of these ruins. As long as it doesn't generate a lot of waste, I'm willing to. So the reason I'm focusing on the ruins here is this is kind of like I said, this is headquarters too, so it's a little bit easier for me to defend. I probably have more red artifacts that I'm going to know what to do with by the time I get all my conversion centers built. But we've got an attack coming in. All right. Now this might get interesting. I also probably should have been paying closer attention. So when the attack starts, I'm going to send everything underground because these guys are completely defenseless. This is also going to be interesting to see. I'm going to roll the dice on upgrading that. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not my existing grid can handle so many turrets on at once. Alright, we're not getting a drained warning. Yeah, so we're definitely cutting it kind of close. I'm assuming that some of that will change when these buildings get built, but I don't expect that to be happening for a while. I'll admit, I'm a little surprised that it says no fuel here. I suspect it's probably because I don't have an employee assigned to it. Okay. So, we were talking about rebel attacks. Unfortunately, this upgrade's probably not going to happen on time. So this is complete. So first thing I'm going to do is spend a bunch of credits and burrow. Now, the buildings that are not a single tile are not going to go underground. I believe military buildings are also not covered by that. So these command centers are particularly vulnerable, but it may be that the rebels ignore it. So this is a big argument for checking out stuff here. Hello! Alright, so turns out the base placement has very little to do with where the ships come from. Let's see if we can get all of them in view. Alright, this is a really grim circumstance. Let's see if we can get defensive turret number 2 up. Alright, these guys are out of... Oh my god, no, turn on. I thought I had everything up and ready to go. Oh wow, they're not joking around. Oh! So it looks like the destruction of that ship pushed it over the edge. So I'm gonna just turn that off real quick. That's a bit of a shame. This is going to be a harder one. Oh, no, I see exactly what happened. Okay. I think this should be quite manageable. How you doing, Sean? Great to see you again. Have you played Industries of Titan yet? I feel it's your obligation as an independent game developer and a Canadian. GNR/ says, sorry guys, I'm just resetting the game right now. I took a look. Industries of Titan was taking 24 gigabytes of memory. I was wondering why it was so sort of laggy when I open and close stuff, but yeah, it's like the best name. It's the best name for a game ever, as far as I'm concerned. It's a really clever title. But then Brace Yourself always seems to come up with really clever titles. So, yeah. For those of you who don't know, I actually don't have my browser open right now. So, Sean, if I could impose on you to share your itch link, if at all possible. Sean is somebody who I've met through a local game. So it's actually worth mentioning, like back in Vancouver, I went to the Full Indie Summit. But I've met Sean through a local game dev collective called Dirty Rectangles. And Sean is Sean is a particularly gifted presenter in addition to someone who does really interesting small games. So whenever he stops by, I thoroughly embarrass him by singing his praises. But no, he does some cool stuff. I will admit, I've actually not checked out your page. I keep getting the email updates when you upload stuff, but I've been struggling a little bit with maintaining a proper sleep schedule. So I haven't checked out your new stuff. But yes, one thing that I've definitely been able to say, insofar as people still ask me, where did you find this cool game? Most of the, I mean, sometimes I just get lucky. Sometimes I just follow people who do stuff that I think is interesting. But the other thing is following links like that, because even if you only have like a 10% rate of finding stuff that you're interested in, you're going to find that hidden gem that you just you can't stop talking about. So plus Sean's really good at what he does, so I think the stuff is really enjoyable to play, and I hope you find it as amusing as I do. All right. I'm just gonna open up my task manager to see what happens to memory usage when I open. So one thing I'm thinking about, if people are running into the situation where the game is constantly crashing when they have really large cities, I'm almost wondering if what you need to do is reset the game. Because I know OTDQ, when he came in, he said that I need to reset, I think it was like an hour or 2 hours or something like that. It's like right now it's taking up 2 gigs. I get to turn this guy on. Let's cancel the upgrade. I'm still pretty sure this guy's getting toasted, but the Dog of Hope. Oh, he's missing his health bar. One thing I really love is when you watch these things go up, you can see all the light effects. No way! All right, so it's something about this combat. Well, that's fine, because last time we ran into this problem, we were able to. Last time we ran into this problem. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. First thing I'm going to try is... whoa. Sorry, just a conflict for Cloud Sync. We did switch from the experimental to the main build. Sorry, I got too impatient in the cloud. I got to catch up with the Cloud Sync. So I'm going to jump back to experimental really quickly. And then I suspect that probably won't fix anything, but I want to eliminate that as a possibility. And then following that, we'll go back to the autosave and and just go before the attack comes in. I suspect if it has like some kind of a seed or whatever, we'll wind up with the same combat, and it'll wind up locking up the game, which is a shame. But we've had a pretty good run. I'll declare victory over it if that's what happens. Sorry, it's taking a minute to load. Actually, while this is taking a minute to load, I'm just going to go get a glass of water. I'd normally be finishing around this time, but I really want to see if we can put this one to bed, because I feel like we're getting close to a win. So I'll be back in a second, and we'll wrap this up. Slash, I also think I didn't, I read, but I didn't comment on your statement. So you mentioned before, what does even good at games mean? Be really good at these intricate games. It's cool to watch. Okay, well, that's really kind of you to say. I mean, what I just wanted to, there's, I think, too much of a weighting on the idea of, I'm trying to remember exactly what the line was, to the PC Gamer article, like, I beat Sekiro, using cheats, and I feel fine. And this guy wrote this. What I think just depressed me, that like I love the fact that this thing got lampooned, but the one about you didn't just cheat the game, you cheated yourself and whatnot. Lore fans, here's another detail about Titan. Whenever a corporate venture on Titan fails, everyone who hasn't been saddled with the debt and blame scrambles to find a new venture to attach themselves to. But yeah, like the thing is, I think there's a little bit too much weighting on skill in games, and it's impressive, right? Like I used to play a lot of Dota 2, and I'd really enjoy following Dota 2 professionals because it's the same reason that it's fun to watch the NHL. You get to watch people who are some of the top players in a given sport or a given game. Do the thing that they do best, and it's fun to watch that sort of a thing. But that is a very narrow set of circumstances, and I think a lot of the times it's very easy to become frustrated with games when you're not constantly on an upward winning path. Sid Meier actually talks about, I will be going into the game in a second, but I figure I should probably address this here. Sid Meier talks about how when he made Civilization, the original plan was that you'd sort of have these like Golden Age and Dark Ages. I use those terms because they've actually been added to Civilization now. But basically, you'd have these Dark Ages where your civilization would go into decline, and then it would bounce back up to an even higher plateau, but the consequence of that decision was that players would stop playing and they would never get to see the Golden Age. They basically sort of felt that the game was mad that they were winning, and so it pushed them back. So it's really interesting that we sometimes hurt ourselves. Now, incidentally, if you want to know, I think Civilization 4, that was the one that Soren Johnson did. If I got the game that introduced that correctly, they did introduce the idea of Golden Age. So it's a little bit like that trick that Blizzard did with World of Warcraft, which was instead of penalizing you for playing too long, they give you a bonus for the exact same behavior. And so in this case, you have Golden Ages in a later Civilization game. They don't say that the other ones are Dark Ages, and so you kind of wind up getting a similar pattern. Also, natural disasters were in the original Civilization because its inspiration was SimCity. It was also a real-time game if you go far enough back, but I think that was abandoned pretty early on. But that was really interesting to hear his perspective. Now, I mean, obviously, this is also very old advice, right? Civilization is an old game, and, nobody's going to be redoing what Sid Meier did. But I do think it's really interesting that we sometimes, handicap our own experiences of games by putting so much of the emphasis on winning or being good or what have you. Oh, right. No, we wanted to see if this was working, so... I was going to do a bug report, but if the thing doesn't actually freeze up, I shouldn't be submitting the report. So the crash might have something to do with the fact that it doesn't have a health bar. Yeah, so as soon as that thing goes... Oh, hello! Lovely. Okay, so we lost that turret. That's unfortunate. So just see those bits of light there? I love that. What are you heading to? All right, this guy's going to get taken out. What's going on here? I think we're going to lose this one, unfortunately. Oh, we just got it. I actually really like hearing Sean's thoughts on these things. So let me just see. So GNR slash. Oh wow. Okay, they're not kidding when they say that the later invasions get tough. I think we'll still get. I still think we'll still get by, but it's definitely getting a little hair raising. I really need. Okay, good. What are you coming after? They're going straight after that turret, so we might lose this one. But we are going to have like 3 or 4 turrets taking this guy on. Hooray! The Megacorp won! All right, so for those of you keeping track, this was a case where running the experimental build actually helped us. Okay, GNR/ says, for sure it isn't changing the world. It's still nice to watch and be appreciated and enjoyed in the right context. Anyone putting games in the realm of significance where they are actually harming their day-to-day circumstance. Yeah, that's true, GNR/. Yeah, I don't mean to make too big of a deal about it. I just, I think it's useful to kind of keep some. I guess, I think a lot of this comes down to my background with what the hell is going on here? Okay, this is an awesome bug. Yeah, I don't mean. So I think probably where a lot of this comes from is my background with Dota. Oh, this is really interesting. I hope they'll pick that up in the bug report too, but I can't actually dismantle it either. Well, I will turn it off because I don't need it right now. But yeah, I actually like hearing Sean's thoughts on this sort of stuff. So I wanna repair all my wounded buildings and hear what he said. So there's also the mythologizing of the designer's vision, which is often less defined than people would like to believe, especially in AAA. Yeah, I mean, that's actually, I think, one of the reasons why I really liked that Sid Meier talk was because it talked a lot about what the original, like, I don't think it was an intention to sort of demythologize the creation of civilization, but I did think it was really interesting to hear how so much of what I think we take for granted in sort of the 4X genre is as much of a sort of a function of trial and error than I mean, obviously, the original civilization, it's kind of hard to claim was AAA, but it's still a bigger budget than I'll ever work with. But yeah, it was. I think it was so interesting that all of these things that we kind of take for granted, every game needs to have ... All of that kind of came out of the fact that the original plan was something that players didn't respond to. And I always think it's really interesting to hear people talk in those terms, because I mean, in other context, like if the person it's kind of interesting, if the person who's on the stage is not named Sid Meier, then it's entirely possible that people are talking about that as if it was a failure. But of course, we all have the benefit of knowing that Civilization is like one of the most successful series made. So Homer Simpson was running that power plant. All right, let's get some command centers down so we can find those rebels. So it turns out that given where all of those ships came from, so first of all, there's definitely more than 2 ships. That's issue number 1. Issue number 2, clearly they came from places that we thought we had secured, and that's going to be a really important thing for me to pay attention to moving forward. So sort of Colony B is all right. I feel that's pretty safe. I definitely want to shore up my defensive turrets and all of these other spots. Eventually we're going to do another mass conversion. How much do you know about this game, out of curiosity, Sean? Because I think you will... I know you and I have so much in common in terms of how we think the proper, economic ordering of things are, and, the rights of workers and whatnot. I think you will be particularly thrilled about the way that I make new workers. Let's think about priorities. I don't have that much waste, so I am a little concerned about the fact that I have repair as the top job, and that's not happening. Not a ton, but you do hear it's ripe with potential for a capitalist nightmare. Yeah, I mean, the last stream that I did is probably the best summary of like what this game is about, which is you are playing a cyberpunk story where you are the man. The whole reason I have all this territory is I was cleaning out a bunch of homeless camps, which were rebel bases. So the more poor people I can get rid of in this playthrough, the better off the Titan's gonna be. I'm going to survey a couple of ruins here, because that I can hook into the grid through any of these tiles. Once the repair jobs are done, I'm going to start putting salvage and extract jobs a bit higher, just so that we can be better situated with the with expanding out the map. We are starting to clear out a fair amount. I think it's pretty unlikely there's going to be a rebel base here. It's possible there might be one hiding in here, but I would definitely pin my chances on finding them in this this vast undiscovered territory. The reason I asked you about that is I'm about to make some new employees, so I think this is a wonderful time to talk exactly. And like the tutorial, I do recommend, so even if you feel like you have a good idea about how this game works from watching people on stream, this is for the people who are going to wind up playing this game either when it's out of early access or want to pick it up a little bit later, or now for that matter. If you feel like you understand how this game works after seeing like the developers' videos and things like that, I do encourage you to play the tutorial, because that is where that's where like the story and the world is established, and so it's really fun to see that sort of stuff. So given the fact that the workers were a bit of a problem, I'm just going to take a quick look at my memory. Okay, yeah, it's under control. So. That's a personal recommendation on my part if you're interested in sort of the story stuff. So let's take a quick minute here and we'll talk a bit about how I've organized society. So this is where everybody lives, in these habitat pods inside the factory. You sit beside the energy generator, or I think I've got a fuel fabricator here as well. And it's great because the way I've built this is that everybody's really close to where they go to work, and they go to work in these monetization stations, and you can see all of these really reliable citizens. They're hard at work at their one job that they have available here, which is to look at high click-through ads for a fixed period of time so that I can generate credits. I don't actually really need these credits. I've kind of used everything that I can get them for, although I suppose I can buy a little bit more influence from the council. But the real reason why I have citizens right now is so I can put them in the conversion capsules. So we'll spend some red artifacts to convert them. And you can see these people very happy through their posture and whatnot. We'll, I think that's everyone. Oh no, we've got 2 more. We'll wait till the current batch is dealt with. But as you can see, these satisfied workers are all heading towards the their conversion capsules. They'll be getting a little bit of a spa treatment here, but you know. Now you might say that they're sort of stooped and low, but I suspect they're probably just trying to avoid the fuel fabricator because we're concerned about safety. Oh, there we go. See, they're lying down. They get to rest for a little bit. So essentially what we're doing really here is we're improving these people. We're getting rid of the extraneous bits and spending the red artifacts. Basically, we're getting rid of the organs and whatnot, and we are replacing it with machinery, which is much more efficient. Obviously, a bit of waste comes out of that procedure. And now we've got somebody who... Okay, yeah, go ahead. You can get all that. You can get all that up. And as you can see, I've got a bunch of efficient people who will now work 24 hours without complaint or without, without any work. And the great news is they go and clean up their own mess. And that is how we make workers. So let's make another batch. We're at 97. I got into trouble the last time I made too many. Okay, more naked workers. Yeah, get it all up. I guess we had a shortage. This is why we need more workers. We're not making enough uniforms. But yeah, anyway, so this is... I'm proud of the machine that I've built here. I thought we've done a good job. We've given people... I mean, consider, it's a hard life out here. We've given people jobs. Of course, they're all loafing around now. I wish I had like the hand in Dungeon Keeper to be able to just slap them and get them to go to work. So let's redirect some the cruise ship melody. Here we go. Harkening back to sea-based cruises on ancient Earth, the melody boasts the late. Okay, well, so much for that. So yeah. Anyways, this is Industries of Titan. I love it. Let's make sure everything... Okay, so somebody needs to get into that defensive turret. So if I turn this thing on, is it going to go crazy on me again? Yes, it is. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to dismantle... Oh, cancel. Cancel dismantle. I bet if I upgrade it, it'll be fixed. So you've got room for another 19 workers, assuming that all my conversions are done. But I suspect... Yeah, we're still processing some of my citizens. Naked guy has not done a lick of work. Oh, naked guy has a name, Lias. All right, so we just got 7 more citizens. Is anybody else working? I don't think so. So let's take... There we go. 6 more efficient, happy workers. They get to have names? How generous. I don't even remember what the name of this company is. They've got a pretty good little generator for the names. I bet if I go into save, maybe? Genu Associates. We basically get access to the best talent by giving them little perks like names. Oh, we found a base. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to upgrade this command center right away just to get it into proper shape. I think I'm actually also going to build... I think now is not a bad time for me to build some defensive turrets. I know I was originally kind of havering about the idea of building up defensive turrets, but I also like the idea now of establishing a little bit of a perimeter to chip away at any of the ships that are going to be coming in, because clearly Clearly they're not playing around anymore. Now, why they want to be destroying the purveyors of the finest goods and services on Titan is entirely beyond me. Some people just want to see the world burn. I'm going to digest the current conversions that we're working on. We still have some repair jobs that need to happen. So this still isn't a really great spot, right? If we wind up with another attack like we had before, I'm not entirely sure a pair of level 3 turrets are going to be able to handle it, but this is also not a high priority territory. It's a mine that hasn't even been built yet, so... and given the fact that we now know where a rebel base is, I kind of want to focus on that. Okay. I'm going to put repair back down to... bottom job. Dismantle is now the lowest job because really I shouldn't need to dismantle stuff because I should be building it in the right place at the start. So I don't know why clean up waste keeps getting knocked down. I'll put it, I do actually need to worry about cleaning up waste. It really creates a lot of problems for me. Oh. It's the wrong one. Come on, people. Take pride in your workplace. One touch that I really like that I've talked about, and these guys are getting the conversion, but because it's filthy, you can't see the animations and whatnot. But I like the fact that they took the time to animate people wading through the trash. I'll see if I can capture that moment. Oh, maybe it won't do it because it still needs to be cleaned up. All right. Well, if I can get a chance to show it, I will. Let's get this thing up to level 3 as soon as possible. As for you, yeah, we can get you upgraded as well. Okay, headquarters 2 is sort of established. We've almost mined this out. Unfortunately, I don't have much use for it unless we find out there's like a rebel base in the top corner here. So I think we're just gonna wait and see how things turn out with these guys. Okay, so let's think about where I'm gonna be putting down these turrets. I do still want to get the red artifacts. I'm just kind of going on a buying spree right now, to be completely honest. Yeah, this is good for salvage. So normally I wouldn't really worry about turrets for these kinds of buildings, but it's a convenient opportunity for me to sort of double up the defenses for this whole little area here. So I think I'm going to try and build the turrets maybe somewhere along these lines. I think with that in mind, I'm going to start carving out some survey jobs around potential expansion areas. how's my secondary power? That's actually coming along pretty well. Unfortunately, the stuff that I wanted them to build, they haven't built yet. So again, I'm putting these industrial outlets down. I've got two different ways of how I've handled power grids. So the way that I handled power grid in the power grid in my first factory, basically each of these energy relays connect to each other, and they distribute power throughout the building, and then any surplus winds up going through the industrial outlet. I actually think that probably this takes more power than generates. So in reality, the industrial outlet is drawing in from these energy relays over here. The other approach that I've got, which I'm still not 100% sure I like, because I am using a lot of slots just for power. But basically, I have these little blocks of power. So these power relays are touching the large and medium reactors, and I have an energy relay and outlet, and basically each of these are independent. So like if this part of the building were to be blown up, these guys would still be generating the power that I need. I'm still not 100% sure as to whether or not this is the best system, because in practice, as far as like connecting everything and getting the power up, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11 slots. Practically 12, because I don't actually want to build a small battery. I want to build a medium. But basically, I'm using up a lot of slots just to get the power out. Whereas if I was able to build a system that let me work around let me chain up all of the relays and have one outlet, clearly I'd be gaining those tiles to put towards other uses. By the way, for those of you who just joined us, whenever people say, and then the soundtrack got to the good bit, you just heard that. Not that the other songs aren't good, just that's usually the point where people are like, is this soundtrack available? And it sort of is. I believe there are 4 tracks on Spotify and Apple Music, but I don't think the full soundtrack is done yet. Have you guys cleaned up your filth yet? No. Let's move clean up waste. While we're waiting, okay, we're ready to make our move on the rebels. I'm going to get some survey. Oh, actually, I need to prioritize surveys. So again, if I can, I like putting the energy pylon and command center right beside the rebel camp. No cleanup yet. So I'm actually going to put that right below construction. Right now, I just want to make sure that I'm set up to be able to handle expansion reasonably quickly. I don't see as much of a point in expanding down here if we know that we're going to be able to take out a rebel camp. I think probably it's better to look down into the corner here. But you never know. They're always up to something. Part of this, too, is just establishing places where they're not, so I don't have to invest as much into, into protecting or otherwise dealing with rebels in those areas. So, though speaking of, unfortunately, there's waste in the way, but that doesn't mean I can't put them here. All right. I'm feeling good about that. Have you started cleaning anything up yet? Wrong factory. No. So the reason I built this energy plant is I've never seen it before. This is a really pretty building. The reason why I don't use it... Oh, actually, this isn't as bad as I thought it was then. So this thing generates 72 energy. It only takes 1 employee. So the energy plants are actually a lot better than I thought that they were. I'm still going to obviously fill out my factory here, but it's not as... it's not as bad as a trade-off as I thought. I'm willing to give up 1 employee if it means... Oh, did I only do 1 floor of this? Oh god, we're going to generate so much energy. I'm assuming we've got a ridiculous surplus though. Yeah, 543. Even with all the turrets that I'm building, I have a feeling we're going to need a while before we clear that out. One really funny thing was I said, I probably don't need to investigate that much along the corner here. But as it turns out, if I had continued down this command center and not build these ones, I would have actually found this rebel camp. So that's what I get for assuming there was no use. We don't have workers in the mine. That's not good, so we'll set it there. One other thing that I noticed about the... it really is. And it's, like, unfortunately, there's only a few tracks, but, like, I've not gotten tired of them, which is nice. And I've put a lot of time in this game, so it might just be because I tend to obsess about music for a while anyway, and then I throw it away, but you need this game urgently, Sartan Dragonbane. Are you giving me an excuse to put out my affiliate link? Is that what you're doing? How are you doing? I'm really happy. I thank you again for your earlier sub. But I'm really happy to see you use that emote. I was just GNR/ join the club. I don't think you've seen me take out a rebel camp before, so we found some new ones. We are on our way to clearing out the riffraff. All right, so we will extract you. This I'm mostly doing because I can. At this point, the waste is keeping me from... so this is the thing that weirds me out, is when I see idle like that, and I have an obvious job that people can work on. But fortunately, we've not gotten to a point where the game's come to a grinding halt as a result, so... And then I noticed, I think they might have done something in one of the patches where I kind of noticed that there seems to be a moment where... I don't know if they do like a reset or something like that, but there definitely is a moment when all the workers suddenly like snap out of it and all rush to go and do some work. So they might have put something in to sort of just every certain number of minutes, they just sort of ping and say, hey, get to work, you idiots. But either way, I'm happy that it's happening. So there's a side of me that says here, so normally I'd want to build the command center. Ooh, actually, I'm going to get particularly devious about this. So I need to make sure that so I'll put the pylon up here. And then what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to survey... Actually, I'm going to claim this no matter what. I'm actually going to build the command center right here, because that still puts it right up against the rebel camp. But it's also going to do is it's going to give me a little bit of extended view, an extended view of what's down here. By the way, I should have said this earlier when I referred to the affiliate link. This has been a particularly well-received game as far as people using that link. So I don't know what the overlap of people who keep watching my stuff relative to people who've used the link was. But I do owe you guys a thanks for that. At least one of the affiliate programs I'm a part of doesn't want to talk about the numbers, so I just avoid it for all of them. But I can definitely say that so I like based on what people told me in terms of what they wanted, I was a little surprised to see that it's actually the inverse in terms of how things get used. But independent of whichever service people are using, this is Humble and Epic. I've noticed that people are for Industries of Titan, people seem to have been picking up on that one quite a bit and using it for me. So it's nice because I get to say, hey, Brace Yourself has made a good game, and people are getting a chance to experience it. So that's a nice little bit of feedback for saying people seem to be connecting with it, which is nice. But there's also just the monetary side. Obviously, this thing has got a fairly generous revenue share right now, so it does actually. It means a lot that you guys have jumped ahead and have used that link. So thank you. Sorry, Sarton. What was the part that was hard to understand? Or was it the fact that one of the affiliate or it might be both of them actually. One of the affiliate programs doesn't want to talk about the number. I'm just assuming it's because. It's a way that people would infer how well the platform's doing. So, one thing I noticed back, I was happy about this because this is back when I was having the dispute with GOG. There were a number of developers that put out some reports on how did this game so Steam kind of came out and said you are allowed to show your sales graphs or something like that. There was a change where basically people started sharing how the games were doing a lot more than they previously were, because for a while there was this belief that if you shared sales information, you would get in trouble with Steam. And one thing that really interested me, this is before there were a bunch of layoffs at GOG, and it's actually also just shortly before Cyberpunk went on pre-order. So, but basically GOG was not doing well financially, but you could have actually known that ahead of time if you looked at some of those here's how the game did reports, because there was this transition where GOG was sort of the second. It was the second tier. Steam is still the one to beat in terms of market share. But what had happened over time was that Humble basically eclipsed GOG, and GOG was having a smaller and smaller share of the sales for these different games. And so, insofar as a company wants to keep that information to themselves in terms of how well they're doing, I can sort of see how they would want to say, if you're a member of the affiliate program, don't discuss your sales numbers, because if everyone starts doing that, then people are going to know, how well the platform's doing, which is fine. It's there. It's, it was in the agreement at the time I signed up for them. But at this point, my usual thing has been able to say, I don't mind saying general stuff like thank you guys for using that affiliate link, because that seems to be a nice thing to do, which, doesn't really convey any information. But, to say that, you bought exactly 6,000 copies of Industries of Titan, I say that because that is clearly a ridiculous number for someone like me to be moving. That would sort of be against the plans for the storefronts. The affiliate being the inverse of what one. Oh yeah. So the funny thing started. So basically the thing that happened was I really liked the terms of Epic's supporter creator program, and this is because for at least the first year they were paying the amount that would go towards someone like me, and this is different from GOG, where in addition to them originally trying to not pay me, they, I found out after the fact that all of the money that I had gotten through, well, I hadn't gotten, I think that was the point of the dispute, But like all of the amount that was taken in my name was taken out of the developer's share, not GOG's side. So it was marketing for GOG, but it was something that was being borne by the developer, and I felt really uncomfortable about that because at no point it was ever explained to me that way. And in fact, the person who was my contact for GOG said that they were surprised by that. So, like, this is a personal acquaintance, not a person in like an official decision-making role. So the way I found out about it actually was because of that star control dispute. The terms of the GOG agreement went through, so I read them, and sure enough, it was talking about how the affiliate comes out, or the affiliate fees come out of the developer's share. So that was one of the biggest things that I liked about the Epic one. But I mean, this is also like pretty much at the start of the Epic Store stuff. And then people got really mad about the Epic Store. And I heard a lot of, I do want to use an affiliate link through you, but, GOG doesn't have the same versions of games that I want. So like certain multiplayer versions of games aren't compatible with the other one. And I don't want to support the Epic Store. So I actually kind of have some issues with Humble as well, but not enough where I'm like, I don't want to do business with them. So I got the Humble link, and but the funny thing is that is not. Yeah, I gotta be careful on that one, but like, okay, so the revealed preferences are different from what I am hearing from other people. I think you can probably read between the lines on that one, but there is definitely the difference between what people say they would like and what they do. No, I did feel okay doing the Humble thing just because I actually really like EA games, and EA is now on Humble, so I figured that that's kind of not a bad way, that if somebody's interested in something that I'm playing, that could that would be a way that can turn that into a sale easily. But yeah, it's. Yeah, I probably went too far on that, Sarton. But yeah, I think you guys can figure it out. You actually just beat the finished game. It does have an end. Your wife will be happy. Oh, so like Industries of Titan, you mean? This is good because we're getting close to taking out the rebels. Then it crashed. Well, actually, Space Coder, I've been really happy to see that. I've had one playthrough which stopped and didn't work because I couldn't move my workers no matter what. I basically just locked myself into place. And while I've had some problems here, none of them have stopped me from being able to. None of them have stopped me from being able to like just go back to a previous save and run through. So I've actually been pleasantly surprised that whatever issues people are running into, I seem to have avoided them. So of course I'm saving the Rebel HQ for last. There we go. I'll get these homeless people out of here. I'll let the dismantling go ahead. Again, there's absolutely no reason other than cosmetic for me to actually claim any of these other ones, but it's fine. Now, one thing I am curious about with the Rebels, so as you can see, I've got some pollution and whatnot. So there's a side of me that wonders if it's possible to set up pollution near where you think a Rebel camp is and just try and smoke them out. I would actually love that to be a viable strategy in this game, but I have no idea if that's actually going to be a thing that I can do. Yeah. So the way that works, basically, if you own the so I thought when they said you own the territory, as in it's within your zone of control, you actually claim that territory from the council, and by claiming that territory from the council, you extend your influence over the area and effectively destroy the rebel camp. That's how that works. So again, there's a small chance that there's rebels here, but the most likely candidate's going to be in the area here. So let's see what we're working with territory-wise. You thought that they would attack when you reach proximity? Oh, yeah, I never even thought of that as a possibility. I guess I just don't really think that there's like ground... I never really think of this game as having like a ground component to it. So, and again, who knows what the future holds, but I suspect probably it's going to be, it's probably just going to be ships. I suspect what will more realistically happen is that if you try to take apart a rebel base through attack... Well, actually, maybe this is just it. Like, maybe in the future we won't be worrying about claiming the territory of a rebel base, and instead we'll just send our ships to take them out. Because obviously there's turrets in those areas. So, all right, what am I gonna... I don't quite have as many options as I thought I did for my... Well, if I put the pylon here... I don't like the waste that comes from it, but let's dismantle the rocks and get on with it. I have a shockingly low number of construction jobs right now. So, first things first, we clearly need to make more workers. How is the grid? Yeah, we're generating tons. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do a pair of conversion centers. Okay. So cleanup waste is now a really high priority, so I can get another pylon down. One approach I don't like about this is that I'm kind of putting the pylon down so I can maybe try and get... Well, yeah, actually, now that I think of it, I'm limited in terms of where I can actually put the command center anyway. Heading out, love the way this game's turning out. Thanks for streaming this. See you on the next one. Have a great one, Space Coder. Thanks a lot for hanging out tonight. This is one of the reasons why I feel a bit more comfortable streaming Industries of Titan later, because it's a very pleasant player base. Incidentally, I mean, we are in a little bit of a calmer moment of the game right now, so I just did all of that. I did all of that clearing so that I could just get my. I could just dump some of my influence. But if any of you have questions about the game, or if there's something in particular you'd like to see, I'm happy to oblige. All right. I'm going to put clean up waste at the top, because the thing I actually want to build is being constrained by waste. And we're generating quite a bit of waste right now, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to crank up the... Where did I put my incinerator? I thought it was somewhere around here. Maybe I lost my incinerator. I mean, that's great if I did, because then I can just put it in a place where I actually don't think I'm going to have any people. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that I lost the smokestack when I wasn't paying attention. Cool. That explains why there's so much crap piling up. Alright, so we'll clear out this last homeless camp. Now, as for the rest of it, I'm actually, these strike me as very hardy people. I have a feeling that these are the last people I would be worried about if they're able to survive in homeless camps on Titan. Alright, so I'm going to connect up my conversion centers, and then I'll upgrade them when I can. The thing that's weirding me out a little bit, and this is always true. Hello. Did I suddenly wind up with a huge fuel deficit? Why are you going weird on me? So this is very curious. By all indications, I am generating more fuel than I need. And yet my power plant doesn't seem to think that. Oh, this was the pure energy one. Alright. I think floor 2 has... How bizarre. Have you tried turning it off and turning it on again? Just in the interests of seeing how this works, I'm going to build another fuel turbine here, which will be dedicated to this one. You might, after discarding that homeless camp, you may have a new source of carbon-based fuel. The away team, which we played a couple of weeks ago, allows you to do exactly that. And then Stellaris, which I obviously play quite a bit, also, if you play like a devouring swarm, you get a new, you can turn people into energy or fuel or what have you. Should be taking the pollution view. Just make sure. Yeah, no. So cleanup waste is a really high priority because I can't build out any of these other things I want to do until I've got that sorted. Let's bribe the council again. I keep forgetting to do this. I am starting to run out of places to get minerals. I'm actually a little tempted to wind up building another command center, just to be able to, exploit these areas. In fact, one thing I definitely want to do, I'm going to take the ruins. I'm going to build a mine here for sure. Seeing as I'm building a mine, I might as well build defensive turrets to sort of protect that overall area. So what I think I'm going to do here is I'm just going to speed it up. Okay, good news on the conversions. I wonder if that's because we're cleaning up the waste. Just want to take a quick look at my task manager and see if the lag portends anything. Nope, we're fine. It's filthy, but... Oh, actually. I think I said I was going to talk about that. Okay, this game loves its naked workers. If I could get this worker to go around, walk around, they would be wading through the trash. I don't think that's going to happen. So. All right, 5 new workers, and we'll bring in some new bodies. Alright, let's see what speeding up does. I'm really just waiting for the waste here to get eliminated. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make this an industrial strength smokestack. I want this to be the most polluting smokestack that I ever build in this game. Oh, sorry. So if they find themselves a job, they'll start walking through, but... Oh, actually, Paul is a different one. Paul has clothes, so we know it's a different worker. This is still just level 2, so that'll wait. I don't want to spend too much time away, but I don't want to just hover over it. There we go. Again, I just really like that touch. Now, why they're not cleaning it up, I have no idea. But okay, I definitely. Again, the whole point of these turrets is to have them be level 3 and scary and ready to strike fear in the hearts of the rebels. Alright, that's a pity. Just one short. So this is more trouble than it's worth. This would be more 4 isotopes for 12 waste. At least this I get some red artifacts. So let me just make sure I'm actually able to put the mine down. That's not close enough, unfortunately. Still waiting on the trash. You don't actually need to click on each individual like conversion pod to do that. I just do that to keep the number of demands I'm making clear in my head. It is very weird that this thing is flipping on and off the way that it is, because you should just have one big pile of fuel that you're drawing from. And if I look at this fuel turbine, it says that I'm generating surpluses. It's a level 2 smokestack, but it's got to be level 3. And if we're lucky, it'll generate so much pollution it goes over the factory. But I probably won't be that lucky. Okay. Again, if I can get more bodies in, so much the better. But I don't really need a source of energy credits right now. Never hurts to drop some bribes, though. What am I waiting for? Oh, hang on. I think I have to use this one. Yeah, okay, that's why. Or, well... Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Even though it generates a lot of waste, I've got a top tier... Oh, hello! Oh no! I should have paused the game. That's going to be a useless... Well, no, I'm sure they'll be able to infer it from the... Have to be quicker on the draw. Still sitting on empty plots. Or sorry, on waste. I need to find something to use my influence on. So let's do a quick survey of... one thing I do rather like about the way the surveys work, I used to be ignoring them for a while, but I actually sort of like the fact that I have these waves of exploration that I do as I'm trying to find something to... Either something to spend my influence on, or... oh, well, this is an easy one. Or, you know, like I said, okay, I'm feeling secure enough that I can sort of build a headquarters 2 up here. And I kind of like the way that turns out. Pretty much everything at the borders should be investigated. And then just as a practical matter, I should probably be claiming anything that gives me artifacts. I'm certainly very overweight on artifacts right now, but if I really do feel... Hello, Jacob Saint. How you doing? If I'm feeling particularly short on, or if I'm feeling particularly saturated in terms of the minerals, or not the minerals, the artifacts, I can always sell them to the council. So tidy. So I'm basically taking everybody off of those ships and putting them straight in the conversion centers. I think both of these are level 3. Yep. Six people working the smokestack. Still not even in dangerous territory. You call yourself a smokestack. Okay. I really don't have anything I can do until this waste gets cleared. And I've already put cleanup waste as a top priority job. I am a little curious, not just in what the mineral wealth is... oh, wrong building. I want to see what's actually available in headquarters. Because if we're rolling in minerals right now... Yeah, see, these minerals are being kept somewhere. Oh, actually, they're finally being kept where they're supposed to be. But there's a side of me that thinks maybe I just want to build my next big power... my next big power line. Although, again, in practice... Well, you know what? We're using a lot more energy than I expected we were. So it might be prudent to... it's still the same... I think so. We've taken out most of the rebel camps, so... Either I've been very productive since the last time you visited, or it's the same save and I just don't remember. I'm pretty sure it is. So again, this design needs to make sure that people are still able to access the intermediate steps. Oh, that's the wrong... no, that still works. Right, yes, now I remember why I do this. Although, that's in the wrong spot. Ooh, and they're building all of this in the spots I want them to. Alright, looks like I still have room for four more conversions, which I can get out of the way right now. And have you cleaned up your act yet? No, apparently nobody wants to clean up waste in this colony. I might have to work my way around this. There isn't really a good way of doing that, though. Like, this is kind of where I need all of this stuff to be. So let's at least work out. We'll work out where our power needs are. Sorry, it's been a week or two. Okay, yeah. If it's been a week or two, I couldn't have been 2 weeks because the game wouldn't have been out then. But you've been busy with the Warhammer 40k ARPG. Which game is that? And what can you do with the rubble tiles? Basically destroy them. Oh wait, no, sorry. This is rocks. Rubble tiles. Which ones are you thinking of? Or are you thinking specifically of these? Sometimes they do have minerals. So like these ones, they're very small amounts, but generally they're just a nuisance. They're like a low. They're like taking an empty tile, but they come with added costs. Inquisition Martyr. Okay. I think he's meaning the Warhammer 40k one. Chaos Bane is actually one of those ones that was available on Origin Access. Well, is available on Origin Access. I haven't played it yet, though. There's a lot of other stuff I wanted to try that's on that. All right. Well, we're burning garbage faster than we generate it, but. Okay, yeah. So basically, Games Workshop. I mean, they also make the tabletop Lord of the Rings game, but they made their name through two Warhammer properties. There's Warhammer, a Game of Fantasy Battles, which was recently rebranded into Warhammer Age of Sigmar, and which is fantasy oriented. And then there is their science fiction setting, which is Warhammer 40k. And is that's the one that's responsible for Space Marines and everyone talking about Exterminatus and whatnot. You have Warhammer Vermintide, and these goblins show up with Gatling guns. Apparently it's canon. I didn't know they were I know there's the Ratling gun. There's like the rats with the warp or weird stone or whatever it's called. I actually really like Vermintide. I thought they did like, it's kind of a shame that sometimes games like that always get reduced down to just, it's Left 4 Dead but fantasy, because I actually felt that Vermintide did a really nice job of making something a little bit above and beyond just, we've done a fantasy version of Left 4 Dead. I mean, obviously there's the hordes, there's it's best played with in co-op and whatnot. I'm certainly not going to pretend that the game isn't influenced by Left 4 Dead, but it's always a bit of a shame to just see maybe a little bit more of a reductive description of the title than is warranted. Oh, neat. Yeah. I mean, I think it's unique enough on its own. I do actually rather like the whole. I mean, I don't play it very frequently, so I kind of wish it was more generous in the die rolls. But I actually kind of like the whole idea of going for the loot after the expedition and whatnot. Like I feel like Vermintide gives me more reason to play the maps over and over again than Left 4 Dead did. And again, I really like Left 4 Dead. Who doesn't, right? I keep forgetting to upgrade these turrets, so we're good here. I'm a little short in this area, but again, everything hinges on people actually cleaning up waste. I've got room for 2 more workers. The big worry I have right now is our inability to clean up trash and extend our borders might be the thing that does us in when an overwhelming attack comes. So I mean, maybe one of the things I want to do is just set up, yeah, you know what? I'm going to set up some paranoia turrets. We're going to have 4 turrets covering the headquarters. That won't necessarily be enough to fully fend it off, because obviously if there's some really powerful ships that are making a beeline for headquarters, those turrets are probably going to be focusing on a single target, but it makes me feel better. Ah, well, I didn't plan this out very well. Okay. I'm wondering if just moving the cleanup waste job will move people. Again, it's just so weird to see so many idle workers when there's clearly so much stuff that I want them to do. And then 13 people assigned to 3 construction jobs. All right, we'll put the finishing touches on our new power generator. We've definitely overdone it on batteries, but it's never a bad thing to have some extra power. You're not a good enough e-gamer to play even the mid-game of it. You're just trashing games forever. Well, I mean, like, I think we were talking about this a little bit earlier. Like, it's weird to me sometimes to have this idea about being, like, good or bad at games. Because, if you're enjoying yourself, then you're doing it right. And then if you're not enjoying yourself, it invites the question about why anybody's bothering with this stuff. But I was gonna say too, like, excuse me, I get what people mean. Like, I'm not completely, it's sort of to a certain degree just putting on airs to sort of, just try and put the priorities back to where they maybe should be. But yeah, it's interesting that like, so far as I can tell, I'm really trying to think of some games where I've said, really playing it on the hardest difficulty was the most rewarding experience I had. It's not to suggest that there isn't value in doing that. Like, I think to a certain extent, so I have actually gotten myself into a bit of trouble fuel-wise. I'm intrigued by the fact that this thing has still not been developed. So I'm actually going to put this down below. Okay, I just don't have many other jobs for people to do. Hopefully this fuel gets online soon, because I really need it. Sorry, I wanted to talk about game difficulty. But yeah, like, there are definitely some games that have been screwed up. I needed this one slot over. Like, I've enjoyed playing games on higher difficulties because I enjoy the challenge, but challenge can be achieved through through any number of difficulty levels, right? Like, if I'm quote unquote bad at games, and I find the bad guys are coming, and we're not ready for them. Yeah, so these things don't have power. I'm going to turn everything on. Yeah, what I mean to say is, like, if I really struggle on easy mode, so long as I find the challenge worthwhile, I'm not sure, unless I'm maybe an achievement hunter, that going to something that's a little bit beyond my skill necessarily earns me anything else. But yeah, I don't know. I always think the proper metric is just whether or not we're enjoying ourselves. I tend to find failure very enjoyable because it tends to mean that I'm learning things about the game. But that's a very idiosyncratic kind of part of or experience that I have of games. I know that not necessarily everyone benefits from that look. So what I'm going to do here, I will burrow, but I'm going to do it like right at the last minute when the enemy ships show up. Sorry for being so distracted, but I kind of got caught unawares with those numbers. Okay. So maybe I can get away without burrowing. There's got to be more ships that show up, but I'm gonna put repair up. Okay. Yeah, new ones showing up here. Yeah, it looks like they're heading towards stuff that I can defend. Oh, that's a lot of them. Oh, look at them melt, though. That's beautiful. The Dog of Hope, the Nomad Alliance, 2 Nomad Alliance. Oh, we might lose that. Yep. They're able to take a turret off me each time. It looks like they're going straight for the turrets each time. That's really interesting. So it's a questionable choice about whether or not I should have been, or like maybe I should have put my buildings underground. Oh, I forgot to put people in the turrets. All right, that was a bit of a blunder as far as the overall defense was concerned, but we got through it. We didn't lose too much. If you like playing games like Diablo or Wolcen or Grim Dawn, you probably will like Inquisitor Martyr. If you want to check it out, you'll be playing it tomorrow, and you start well before Chalk does, so you'll still be able to watch him if he's live. How you doing, Ed Baver? And Direct Attack asks, I'm thinking about buying this game. Do you like it? I do. I will maybe give you a couple of cautions. One, I was given a copy of this game for promotional purposes from Brace Yourself Games. Now, with that in mind, I've probably put about 40 hours into... Actually, you know what? The Epic launcher will tell me how much I put in, so let me... It's on slow, so you're not going to miss too much. Now this is going to be split between the experimental and the launch version, but the main version. So the main version there, I've got the 15 hours in, and then the experimental, I'm assuming I have at least 15 hours in that as well. So it is worth mentioning, the reason why I'm jumping between those two versions is that there are some bugs in the game, and my original take on it was that it was sort of a simplified version of a city builder, whereas the plan is that this is going to be more of a simulator, kind of like, I guess, maybe something like a RimWorld or something along those lines. So, for instance, there's some parts where some of the systems don't necessarily work as well. So right now, I'm generating credits, but I have 17,000 of them because I really have nothing else to use them for except bribing the council. In fact, right now, I'm drowning in credits because I'm drowning in influence because I haven't been making claims. Some people have, so I'm noticing that there are, some people come in and say that the game crashes a lot. I have had a couple of freezes, but I've been able to jump back to some previous saves to get past them. So I've only had one point where I had to sort of give up on the game and restart. But I mean, this is all kind of par for the course for early access stuff. I just want to be kind of clear in terms of what the experience is like. But yeah, to be completely honest with you, I am really enjoying. I'm really enjoying this game. I'm having a good time in its early state, and I am really encouraged by how frequently they seem to be updating the game and the roadmap. So I feel fairly safe in saying that it's good. But the only thing I would say is that the standard the standard caveats apply when it comes to early access stuff. Like it'd be wonderful if games kind of came out fully formed and ready to play as it exists inside the developer's head. It is worth remembering there's 6 people who are making this game in the core development team, and then sort of ancillary work. I don't think like the music and the sound is counted within that 6. But if you like going in, they've got a lot of, right inside the game there are the tools for offering the feedback and bugs. There's a really active community. And I do recommend you stop by the Discord because it's a pretty friendly environment, and a lot of people very passionate about the game. So I feel quite safe recommending the game, but it should always be done so with the caveat that if this would be your first early access game, just keep in mind that it's definitely going to be something that will be improving over time. But it does require that time to improve, and if you're waiting for if you're wanting something that maybe doesn't crash as much, I would definitely wait a couple, let's say a month or so, while they get some of that worked out. Well, I mean, like, again, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect I don't know if early access was always a plan, but I'm definitely getting the impression that this game has been made early access because they were given the offer from Epic. I don't know that for sure, but that was sort of my impression based on the way that the game had been talking about. Also, Direct Attack. I also, if I sound a little, yeah, well, that's what I mean. Is that like I suspect, I get the impression that Brace Yourself is very conscious about sort of how their player base is going to react in that, and I know a lot of people have been really concerned about the idea of things that they thought were coming to Steam or whatever, not coming to Steam at the time that they thought they were. And so, to my understanding, the Industries of Titan was never going to be released in 2020. But it also seems to me that if they have a way of getting it out a year early, they can get some money for it. And, the people who want to play it early can get it through a specific launcher. That seems like a really good way of trying to make both sides happy. Now, whether they succeeded or not, I don't know. Like, there might be some people who still thought that was beyond the pale. We had one of them on the first stream, but I think that's not a bad way of sort of dividing the two priorities. But yeah, sorry. What I meant to say, Direct Attack. Could you describe the main mechanics? Or yeah, I was going to say if you had something specific that you wanted to know. So the game, as I started it, and I'm probably not going to be able to start another game tonight, but basically I had the tiles surrounding the headquarters here. So the main things that you can do in the game right now would be you survey ruins. So you can check these things out here. This is a level 3 ruin, so this is fairly high. The story for the game is that Titan sort of has the remnants of a previous civilization that you can exploit to your own ends. And it seems that these red artifacts that we find are the really desirable thing that people are looking for. So one of the first things that you'll do is just do some exploration and some building. And generally what you will be building you'll be building the buildings that you see here. They usually just take up one tile, but I've upgraded a lot of them so that they, and then combined them so that they take up more than one. But a lot of the building that you do is actually going to be at the factory level. And so what you'll be doing here... I seem to be in a really big fuel problem. Sorry, I'm also trying not to have my colony fall apart, so... Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this fuel turbine, but it's not getting built, and I need a replacement. So I'll give you an example. Like, the first thing that I'll do, I'll build a building. I'll put something down here. There you go. And so you have sort of in terms of the construction side, when you talk about is there like a build phase and an attack phase, the best description I could probably give you would be it's a hybrid of a city builder and real-time strategy game. There's eventually going to be ship-to-ship combat, but that's not in the game right now. Your only form of combat is to set up defensive structures, turrets. But basically, you'll build a factory, and you'll be building all of these different items you have here. So for your population, you've got habitats to store people, monetization to get them to generate credits, and conversion capsules to turn citizens into workers. I feel like citizens don't do a whole lot right now. Credits don't necessarily do a whole lot right now, but the roadmap has a whole bunch of simulations in terms of like attitudes and whatnot. In more practical terms, what you're probably going to need are energy generators and fuel fabricators. Fuel gets turned into energy, and then energy is used to to power your other structures like the conversion capsules and whatnot. The resources that you need to build are isotopes and minerals. So as you can see, you can find them on the ground here, but you also tend to find them inside of the ruins. So this is an unexplored ruin. This is how it is when you see it in the game. This is an explored ruin. So I get a choice. I can say that I can salvage the minerals, and there's going to be a certain amount of waste that's a byproduct of that. or I can claim it for the artifacts. I have enough. Influence, so I'll put a claim here. Influence ticks over time. You can build some buildings that will improve the rate at which you gain influence, but you could also just bribe the council. You can pay them credits. I tend to do that because, like I said, credits are in a weird spot in the development right now where there isn't necessarily a whole lot that you can do with them. But now that I've claimed the territory of the ruins, all of these little blue tiles you can see are places that I've claimed from the council. And in this case, I'll extract it for the red artifacts. It is kind of neat here. You're given these choices, right? I can say, okay, I'll get 68 minerals, 15 isotopes, and 31 waste. Or I can say, oh no, you know what? 3 red artifacts is pretty good. I'll extract it here. So that's, I would say, the main activity that you're going to be worrying about this in this game is the building aspect. You're going to be building, like the way I tend to think of it, you'll notice I've got a lot of these conversion centers here. I've got these conversion centers so I can have lots of workers, and the workers are going to be going out so that I can get more resources with which I can expand. Now, as far as the attacks are concerned, so this isn't a city builder like it's not your daddy's city builder. The city builder aspects are one part of this game. It's the strategy element is that every map, a map is 64 by 64 units wide. I'm pretty sure it's 64 by 64. And there are rebel camps that hide in sort of these uncharted areas. And so part of your job is to find them and clear them out. And if you ignore them, you wind up in a lot of trouble. Basically, if you ignore the camps, effectively the waves become so strong that you can't take them on. This is why I'm building a bunch of paranoia turrets around here. Now, again, one of the things that's going to be added, and they mention on the roadmap, is the ability to construct ships, and it looks like the ship construction is a little bit like in the factories, where you'll put different components inside. And apparently the combat's going to be that you can target particular components as well, which I think is really interesting. But that's all coming down. You know, that's coming down later. I kind of want to talk about the game as it currently is. So your main point is to build, acquire as many resources as you can, so that you can continue building, continue to do your evil cyberpunk bad guy things. But the game, rather than being something that's a little bit more freeform, like SimCity or City Skylines, if you rest on your laurels, you're going to find a whole bunch of awful poor people coming to destroy the wonderful company you've built. That's kind of the, in a nutshell, experience. I would definitely say you want to play this game for the building aspects rather than the combat aspects, but I like strategy games, so the fact that, well, one, there's a really good soundtrack, and two, the fact that there's this really interesting... I think I'm just going to claim the empty plot here so I can get building right away. The fact that there's this really neat strategy element to it that I wasn't expecting is actually really, it's the icing on the cake for me. But yeah, to answer your question more specifically, there are no phases in the game. It takes place in real time. Some people say the game's quite slow. I can sort of see where they believe that, but you can see that my style is definitely, I prefer talking with people and taking my time with a game like this. You can definitely speed up if you want. But I guess the best thing that I could say right now is the point of the game is to grow faster than the enemy can throw ships at you. And if you don't like the combat aspects of the game, you should probably play their Zen mode. And then if you're the opposite, if you think the Zen mode is not very interesting and you think you'd prefer something that's more of like you've got constant waves of ships and you want to see how long you can last, there is a survival mode in the game as well. But what I'm playing is sort of what would be considered I don't know, intended experience, which is to, you want to build a profitable enterprise, but building a profitable enterprise means making sure that people can't just come in and take my stuff. I hope that answers your questions, though. If you feel like if you feel like I left something if you feel like I left something out, or if something was unclear, let me know, and I'll try and be more specific about whatever elements I can. All right, we finally got that turret up. I'm gonna have to take it down again while I upgrade this energy pylon, but I'm also doing this so that I can get a little bit more coverage. I don't know if I'm able to build that mine yet. Yes, they finally cleared out the garbage. Okay, I'm gonna put repair down. I'm gonna try and get this clean up waste, and again, I'm just gonna try and shake people up a little bit. So this is not a bad example of how I'm trying to approach the rebels. So you can see the mini map in the bottom left-hand corner here. It's pretty unlikely that the rebels are going to be here. It looks like this is mostly water in the corner. It's not. I mean, it's not impossible for them to be there. It's just less likely. I am feeling a bit doubtful about whether or not we'll find rebels in the corner here, but we'll do our best. Also, it looks like I'm not able to put the command center where I wanted it, so we'll just set ourselves up here. You build command center. Oop, I gotta claim this site. So again, you don't get the extended territory for free. You have to build. Units for it. The way you clear rebel territory is pretty straightforward. You just have to build over it, and it'll be or not build over it. You just have to claim it from the council, and it's kind of assumed that your people come in and clear out the riffraff. But this is, I clearly have just one camp left, so that's what I'm really focusing on right now. And I think with that in mind, because this is where the majority of the kind of the no man's land is right now, I think I'm gonna take it from both sides. I'm gonna survey this. I'm gonna survey all of this and clear it out. After you clear the last camp, is the game over? I believe that is what happens, but I don't know for sure. I also don't know if that's sort of the final state, if they're planning on adding anything else. But my understanding is that once I clear out the last rebel camp, it's done, and then I choose to start a new game, or I choose to start a new mode. So, again, I'm sorry to give you some what might be considered sort of evasive answers on that, but because I haven't actually played to the end, I don't know for sure, but that seems to be where this is going. And depending on how long you plan on hanging out, we'll actually find out together. So this is the command center. I'm going to try and upgrade the command center to level 3 before I go too much further. I mean, the rebel camp, if it's going to be going on this way, I surely should be able to see it through this command center. I also should be considering whether or not I want to invest in some additional turrets for sort of these extensions. We'll maybe see if it's worth trying to... We'll see if it's worth trying to keep. Do you really not have power? Unbelievable. I was one off on my measurements. I was so eager to get that mine that I didn't pay attention. Okay, you know what? I'm going to make lemonade. I actually want to build a command center here anyway, because this will give me access to those mineral resources, which means I want a pylon here anyway, and I might as well start putting in the defense infrastructure. So a couple turrets here, put a couple turrets here just for the outpost, and we'll call these the intermediate ones. Thanks a lot, Ego Karen. Have a good night. I'll let you know how it ends. So the command center doesn't have power right now because of the energy pylon, but we can at least get a cheeky upgrade in. At this point, I don't feel too bad about keeping the defensive turrets on. I technically have fewer workers as a result of that, but actually, yeah, that's the problem. I do kind of have a shortage of workers doing useful things right now, so I think I will turn off the turrets in order to get more hands on deck. Looks like our fuel turbine is up and running, so I should be able to turn this energy plant on, and this thing is finally upgrading. Now, I better mind the rebels are coming warning a lot better than I have in the past, because these are a lot of turrets to turn on. I actually don't have that good of turret coverage up here. I'm not really sure that'll cover what I need, but it's the smokestack. I mean, I'm not that worried about losing it. Okay, this is already at level 3, so we're good there. I just need the command center to be upgraded, and then we'll get more of an idea of what we're up against. Nope. This is why I'm nervous about shutting off all the turrets. They're easy to overlook. And if they're not on when the bad guys come, it's... Alright, this is crazy. This thing shouldn't be... This is an example of the kind of... What I think is a bug. This thing should not be saying that it doesn't have enough fuel. I'll turn it off just for the... so it doesn't annoy me. Toggle all turrets on. Yeah, Ed Baver, somebody was mentioning that before. I think the thing is that the way that the turrets are currently working is a little bit of an exploit. Like, turrets serve absolutely no purpose except for when the rebels show up. And so, like, basically the dominant strategy in the game right now is to build... we just may never have waste cleaned up again. I think this is the lesson I'm taking out of this. Like, I suspect one of the reasons why a turn off all turrets, turn on all turrets is not present is because that is not the way the developers want you to think about how turrets work, and especially when you consider that ship-to-ship combat is going to be a thing in the game. I suspect probably there will be some other purpose. No, I mean, there's other ways that you can get the desired behavior, right? Like, maybe you do have a turn off all turrets, turn on all turrets. But if you don't, if you like keep your turrets on, like, here's an interesting way you could solve that problem. Let's say, I think it gives you like 15 minutes. Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe it just it shortens the warning the longer the game goes. That might be why I'm getting surprised by this. Anyways, so let's say it gives you 15 minutes notice. But your turrets will not actually be doing full damage until, let's say, you've had them on for 16 minutes. So basically you're saying by only manning the turrets when there's an emergency, you are building yourself up for a situation where you, where you have weaker defenses because you're not willing to dedicate the resources into them. Like Europa Universalis does this, where you can underinvest in your military, but now they have an experience system where if you drill your troops instead of just sort of stop paying them, you actually wind up with a stronger army, and so it's no longer a dominant strategy to just stop paying the army when you're not at war. So there's different ways that you can sort of get the desired behavior from the players, but I suspect in this case here it's the reason you don't. They also on the stream, I don't know if they talked. They didn't. I don't think they said anything about the turrets, but I'm almost certain they said that they're unhappy with the fact that you need to click on every survey plot, and that's going to be something that they address in a later update. Date night with a wifey. See ya and good luck. Thank you, Sartan Dragonbane. I'm sorry it's taken me so long to get to the end, but I'm waiting on my workers. A lot of the game is about micromanagement of major colony functions with smaller functions not requiring your direct oversight. It's a little of column A, a little of column B. By the way, just in the name of commerce, if you're thinking of picking up this game and you liked the stream or otherwise would like to do your good deed for the day, if you click that link, I get a fairly generous portion of the sale. Generous relative to the other. I'm not bankrupting Brace Yourself Games doing this. If you don't use that, no hard feelings, but it is something that helps me keep doing this stuff. So I mean, like, the micromanagement that you can do is to tell your workers, here are your priorities. And it definitely seems that once you get to a certain scale, it makes sense to build sort of the larger scale buildings rather than to go into factories and just fill it up with all sorts of goodies. I'm really weirded out about how I wound up with a surplus of workers, by the way. I think I'm going to make another conversion center. So like it's hard to say that micro isn't relevant, but yeah, I mean, like, clearly the game is not it doesn't place a very heavy focus on oh, there's the rebel camp. Great. We're gonna sew this thing up real quick. Yeah, so it's hard to say that that micromanagement is sort of irrelevant, but it definitely feels that again, I'd say sort of a Stellaris approach of lots of different systems, and it's more about you directing your attention to the one that is appropriate for the moment is probably the right way to think of it. Yeah, I mean, Again, I don't mean to spend like all the stream just talking about Epic stuff, but one thing I really like about the Epic affiliate program is that the developer chooses the share to give with the content creator. So the reason I think that's a really good system. I thought I was building a... Did I forget to build the... I probably did. The reason I think that's a really good system is that, like, if there's an Uncharted 5 and I play Uncharted 5, I think very few of you are going to say, well, I wasn't going to buy Uncharted 5, but now I am because, this nice Canadian man said it was a good game. So they don't really need, it's up to them to decide whether or not there's, like whatever they decide, like they don't really need to, like their marketing dollars have gone into making it be really desirable for me to play. Whereas something like Industries of Titan, like, they are competing with a bunch of other games for people's attention. And so one of the ways that they can incentivize some content creators is to say, look, if people buy the game using your link, we're going to give you a larger cut than, the one that's giving you 0%. And so the way that works, you have to enjoy the game to be playing it, but you, the fact of the matter is people tend to use your affiliate link for the game you are currently playing, right? I don't think any of you are rushing out to buy Metro Exodus because I'm playing Industries of Titan. This is the thing, right? Like the developer, it is entirely in their hands in terms of what kind of a reward they want to give for people for driving traffic to their stuff. Now, I'm sorry, Direct Attack, you followed, and that was incredibly nice of you. Thank you for that. Epicly actually does seem to be making the right moves to gain market share versus. Yeah, I mean, there's. If you look at what Tim Sweeney is very active on Twitter, and he's talked at a few conferences. There's a very clear vision about what the Epic Store is supposed to do and what role it has in the ecosystem. There's another turret I forgot to turn off. I don't see if you like one of these companies is going to have to screw up big time to be completely vanish off the face of the earth. I'm going to try this one again. Oh no! I hope that screenshot. No, it says sending report. That screenshot has to have gone through. I'll feel like an idiot if I got it wrong. But yeah, like it's the reason the two storefronts behave differently is that Steam is all about retaining its users, and Epic is about acquiring users. But Tim Sweeney's, again, he's been pretty open about what his intentions are with the store, what his goals are with it. And I largely like it. I mean, I am definitely really interested in the fact that, from my experience of the GOG thing, where the developers were paying for the money that they tried not to give me. Like as soon as I found out, that was the thing that made me get that affiliate link, was the contrast to my experience with that GOG program. So no, it's not for everyone. Again, like this is the reason why choice is a really good thing. Like to be able to say, I like the way it's working, or I actually really do want reviews, and it's a big deal to me that I have a site with user reviews. Like the existence of one doesn't annihilate the other, but for me it's definitely, that was the thing that pushed me over the edge. Anyways, I wanted to talk about Industries of Titan more. No, well, I mean, that if that were true, Ed Baver, then why would they put these features in the first place, right? Like, if they're going to put in automated colony management, then it would seem to me that they they just wouldn't make me do all this work right now. Like, I think the game is going to be adding features, not taking it away. Yeah, well, I mean, they're two different things. Like, I actually really like Origin because I think the subscription service is really good. Like, my favorite stream from last year was A Way Out, which I did with a streamer called Johnny Big Time, and like Frostpunk. I'm trying to remember this. It was this game. The subtitle for the game was Symphony of the Night. It was like this big Kickstarter project, like, or the Zachtronic games, which I really like Opus Magnum and Shenzhen.io and all of that. Like, all of that is available in the $5 a month $5 a month subscription tier. I actually have the premium one because like I actually like I like the stuff that EA puts out enough to justify like getting the top tier one. So like Jedi Fallen, I didn't buy Jedi Fallen Order because I got it as part of the subscription package. But yeah, I mean, obviously the EA, well, if you don't like EA games, you're probably not going to like EA Origin. I do think sometimes they don't get enough credit. It's worth remembering that EA Origin was the first storefront to offer refunds, and Steam only offered them after EA Origin put that in. But yeah, you're right. Like Steam, like Epic is in my opinion, would be a much better Steam competitor than EA Origin. Because one is sort of intended to be this marketplace where you're checking out new things, and you're gonna go, I don't know what game I want to get yet, but I want to see what's out there, and I'll click on Epic, I'll click on Steam, and I'll see what's out there. That is true in a very technical sense for EA Origin, but like I'm not gonna, I know I can buy The Witcher 3 on EA Origin. It's not the first place I think of to buy it. So you're absolutely right. Like if to you the purpose of a storefront is like, I also like, I don't just want to know about, I'm gonna buy this game I already know that I want, but I want to see what's going on. Origin's only ever really gonna tell you what's new from EA, and I mean there's still some new stuff on it, but like it's not like it's not my go-to place, and they obviously don't do the really crazy sales like the other storefronts do. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that at Baver. Oh, I forgot to tell them to dismantle. That's why they're not working on these. So we're pretty much getting close to the end. Which, by the way, again, if anybody has questions about the game, I'm happy to try and cover as much as I can before we exterminate the rebels once and for all. How are our jobs? Okay, so I think we can afford to do some cleanup waste now. That'll become particularly important because if I have waste sitting around in these areas that I can't access. In fact, I'm going to do something a little unexpected here. I'm going to build a storage facility here. And that's going to be specifically with the intention of storing whatever they find in these spots. And just in case we wind up with some scary guys showing up, let's put a couple turrets because I like turrets. So the problem here is that because there's waste in these tiles, if I want to try and build a command center, that's not gonna, that's a non-starter. I think you said this earlier, but the first time you're cleaning up the rebel camps, is this uncharted territory? Well, the game starts with I think 5 rebel camps, so I will be clearing out the rebel camp the way I did the previous times, which is to basically gain control over the territory through a command center and then claim the territory from the council. But we are in uncharted territory in the sense that I am at the last rebel camp, so I don't know what happens when I clear out the final one. Assuming that I do, right? I mean, there could be a legion of ships that come and just obliterate me. But yeah, like I'm definitely in. I'm getting very close to points where I haven't done anything yet. I'm rearranging the priorities here. Incidentally, I don't know if you're a streamer direct attack, but on the odd chance that you are, I just would advise. I'm gonna hit a button here for a minute. Oh, that's right. I haven't adjusted employee management. So if I do this, that was me moving the job priorities. So there's a bug in the game right now where if you're streaming it, the focus of the window goes to that specific element on the employee management screen. And the way I'm the way I got past that rather than resetting the game was just doing it as full stream. Now, if you're not a streamer, this is absolutely useless information to you because you will not be affected by that bug. But I know there is a culture of people saying, don't talk about your stream in my stream, which I think is sometimes a little. I mean, it's a exercise good judgment kind of a thing. Like, maybe the first thing you say coming into a channel shouldn't be about your channel, but maybe we should stop pretending that other channels don't exist. But on the odd chance you do plan on broadcasting this game, I would recommend using the full screen mode just to stop that problem. The one thing where I think that'll be a problem that you can't solve would be if you stream it for a friend on Discord. Not a streamer. Okay, never mind then. All right, so one thing that, and again, I suspect something's going on with my employees where they're not, where they're just kind of hanging around, not doing anything. What I need to do right now is just fast forward because I've got a few irons in the fire. I'd love to see these turrets come up, but those aren't necessarily the highest priority right now. I do very much want to see this stuff cleared out. I could do an intermediate move and, build a command center over here, but I'd rather just deliver on the high priority job. And actually, because that's waste, I'll do cleanup waste first and construction second. And we will fast forward. I feel reasonably secure in how I've built my defensive positions. So if we do wind up being attacked, we should be able to withstand it. But yeah, like, this is bizarre when I see like 93 people not doing anything. This might have something to do with the smokestack. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put this down to 2 employees. I actually feel like I've run into this problem once before. So I'd say probably this idling issue here is the biggest deal breaker for me. Well, not deal breaker, but like, it's probably the biggest nuisance for me, which has been the sort of thing that potentially has stopped me from playing or winning. I'm not 100% sure how I shake these guys out of their laziness. Maybe I will move construction up just so that we can digest what we've already got here. I don't know. That's why it's mysterious and a bug. Because I've got 100 workers that are doing nothing, but it clearly says that there are 65 cleanup waste jobs. I mean, one thing I could possibly do would be to like shut down all of the mines and whatnot, but that doesn't really seem like a useful task. So you know what? I'm going to do something a little silly here. I think I'm just going to do a whole bunch of survey jobs. And one of the nice side effects of these survey jobs are I might be able to free up some tiles. So like here, if I do an extraction here, this will generate waste, but why not? So these will give me sort of like secondary. I'm actually going to slow things down. What I want to try and do right now is make a big queue of survey jobs that my workers are not necessarily going to be able to do all at once. And I'm hoping that this sort of just shakes them up a little bit and gets them working on other tasks. So the other thing that I'm doing here, because I'm doing these extractions and whatnot, I could theoretically build a command center here, which would give me some extended work. HR didn't screen them well enough. I can't remember. I think you were here when I showed you the creation of one. So we rip out their organs and replace them with machine parts. So That's I suspect probably I'm the HR that screwed up on that one. I gave them the lazy program. Okay, we got a lot of people suddenly started moving resources. Oh wait, no, that makes sense though, because they're we just cleaned out a whole lot of areas. Well, it's not my first choice, but I do kind of want to see where this is going. So I'm going to do... One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look and see what these guys are doing over here, because I have no idea where this guy is walking. Okay, we'll get one of these guys working in a mine. Okay, so everybody's working jobs, which is nice. Which also means I've put construction as a top priority, so the hope here is that they'll sort of digest the jobs that are up already. So if I turn you on, are you going to behave? How strange. So it's like this thing only it's like this fuel turbine doesn't exist. Okay, well this looks super cool and all, but I can't have this on. That's not helpful. Anyways, yeah, I mean I feel a little dumb putting an energy pylon here, but it's the closest place I can go. So the plan here is just to set up all this construction. People are going to be moving a whole bunch of resources around to get all the construction jobs done. And the hope is that once all that is said and done, people will get back into the smokestack and start cleaning out some garbage. So this is going to involve a little bit of waste. No, I don't. I don't know how else I can put it to you, Ed Baver, but like the behavior that you are seeing right now of people not doing the cleanup waste job is not explained by any of the logic that the game has displayed so far. It is almost certainly unintentional behavior, and it is something that has been discussed by the developers in the Discord. So far as I can tell, they're still trying to figure out why it's behaving that way. I could potentially try resetting the game. Oh, sorry, that was supposed to be clean up waste. But yeah, there is no rational explanation for what's happening. It's one of these things that's occurring and is unfortunate. Fortunately, though, all the other buildings are getting built, so we should be able to work around the issue. The important thing to remember, too, is that we were at this point before. Like, I've had waste that I wanted to... Actually, you know what? We've been waiting for this waste to get cleaned out for a while. Maybe what I need to do is just build a closer smokestack. Okay, tell you what. I'll email Brace Yourself, and I'll get you put on the development team, and you can get that obvious solution implemented. Okay. I'd rather work on other things compared to shoveling them. Yeah, I think direct attack has a better line on this one, which is the job sucks. That's why they're not doing it. I actually, if you look at the design of the waste receptacle, you can see the little icon for it there. That is supposed to be a poop emoji. And I think, I don't know if I can get close enough to... Oh yeah, you can kind of see it. Oh wait, does it change the... Yeah, no, there you go. Not bad for voxel art, huh? The game is being rather merciful by not sending ne'er-do-wells to destroy all my hard work. Oh, excellent. Okay. So actually construction's running by at a pretty fair clip. So again, I'm just getting people in the turrets to make sure that they're ready when the next attack comes. I've almost certainly built way too many turrets, but I'll believe that right up until the time that something disastrous happens. Actually, you know what? Here's something I'm going to do to try and shake things up for the workers. Let's say this storage container can also carry waste. Also, I don't know how a negative mineral is possible, but they have somehow pulled that off. So I'm going to change some of the local storage. Oh, well, some of this local storage could already take waste, so that probably doesn't do anything. So again, same routine, just put people in the turrets, then turn them off. I do need this energy pylon to get upgraded. Hopefully that will happen soon. What I'm really waiting for, obviously, is the command center. So we need isotopes for that. That should be coming fairly soon, given that we've got an isotope mine nearby. The storage facility is not being used for anything, as I always find with storage facilities. That again is a thing that I put in for the... Actually, I think I'll put that on the Discord, but... Okay. There can't be that many more things for them to build. I know that these would come in right at the end of the queue, but again, I don't want to abandon the construction of defensive structures at a time when I might be waiting longer. One thing that's really good news is that what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So even if we don't hit the Rebel HQ, what will happen is being able to destroy the Rebel shipyard will allow me to put an energy pylon and a command center where I actually want them, and then I can use that to destroy the Rebel building. So I mean, again, like, this is one of these cases where I'm like, would I feel a lot better if the game didn't behave this way? Yes. Do I think this is what the game will be like in the finished version? No. But unfortunately, you know, I got this at the earliest possible time. So I have to live with the consequences. I was gonna build another energy layer to this factory, but it occurred to me that I might be tying up a bunch of workers doing that. So let's go do some extraction. Ideally stuff that doesn't generate waste, but I'll make exceptions. How are we? Yeah. So one of the ways that my influence is ticking up so quickly, other than the fact that I keep donating credits every 5 trade tickets. Let's get you upgraded. I've built 2 of these level 3 council monuments. So again, you build the building and then you hit the upgrade button a bunch of times. So the cost for these things is enormous. It's 16 energy and it grants 2 influence per minute while the building's online. Obviously, I've got 2 of them, so effectively I'm getting an additional 4 influence a minute. And I discovered on this playthrough that the cap is 200. So given the fact that I'm really going for, like, this is it. This is the last. Oh, you know what? Weren't these all full of? Well, you know what? Yeah, it looks like they are actually on cleanup duty. So this, like, again, I don't know what did it, but we finally. Okay, well, actually, in that case, I'll cancel the job. Oh, please, come on, don't do this to me, game. I'm assuming there's got to be something to do with that behavior of these massive clusters of workers all going into the same spot. Okay, well, at the very least, I can get the power down. That's going to be necessary for the... that's going to be necessary for the construction. We were so close! There's literally one waste. Oh, they're all running off to do those extra salvage jobs I just assigned them. And they're going to be generating waste doing that. All right, what are you doing? Yes, yes, yes. Yay! All right, we're sitting on 156 waste right now, so what the hell is my smokestack doing? Well, they're burning it all. They're just really slow at it. All right, so priorities, command center. I'm actually going to put construction above cleanup waste. Hello, Laral. I'll just caution you, I know you're used to me having these super late streams, but we're actually on the verge of winning. I'm 2.5 hours late. Oh my god, it's already 2 in the morning. Well, so much for getting my sleep schedule back in. Anyways, we might be wrapping up fairly soon, just as a caution, but it is always great to see you. I'll say this again. One of the really nice side effects of streaming, I mean, this might be true for Crypto the Necrodancer too. I don't know if some of you guys are just really big fans of Brace Yourself games, and that's why you're checking out Industries of Titan, or if it's specific to Industries of Titan. But you know, I'm lucky that you know, I'm small enough that it's usually just nice people that I meet. But Industries of Titan has actually had a notably pleasant audience. Yes, verge of winning. And wanted to come by earlier, but your Twitch fudged up big. I don't know. I don't take attendance, and I'm happy to. I mean, the thing is, I have yet to actually put up an Industries of Titan VOD. That'll be coming fairly shortly. But all of my stuff gets saved on Twitch, and then if you don't get to watch it within the 2 weeks, it's on YouTube. So you know, there's something to be said for the live experience. It's always nice to hang out with people and talk about stuff that interests you, but there's definitely no urgency in terms of what's going on. One really nice. There's a couple things that are neat about this playthrough. So one, I did finally get to overcome my problems with some of the like finding rebel camps and whatnot. Like, this is obviously a successful playthrough in terms of me being able to outrun the challenges that the game throws in front of me. But it was actually also not a bad little session for figuring out some systematic ways to go through the problems I'm running into technically, like the sort of stuff that I know I'm not going to have to worry about when the full game is done. So what are the games that Brace Yourself games made? Probably Crypto the Necrodancer is their most well known and most popular one. Sort of an offshoot of that was oh my goodness. My phone just died. Sorry. Um, Sorry, it just occurred to me that I might have a ton of emails that people are wanting me to respond to. I normally just rely on those answers, but they have another game coming out, but I can't remember the name offhand, so I'm actually gonna look it up right now. It's like a mech turn. I think it's a turn-based game. But yeah, Crypt of the Necrodancer is probably the most well-known one. And then, where are you? Brace yourself. Extraction complete. Oh, it's Phantom Brigade. So Cadence of Hyrule, Industries of Titan, Phantom Brigade, Crypt of the Necrodancer. I thought Brace Yourself made more than that. It's a really impressive track record on its own, but... Survey complete. Ah, okay. So Ryan Clark, the founder, has done other stuff, but it looks like Brace Yourself is just its claim to fame was Crypt of the Necrodancer, now Industries of Titan, and I suspect Phantom Brigade will probably be another really big one. But definitely a really interesting company. Sadly, I don't believe I've met anyone from Brace Yourself. I did live in Vancouver for a little bit. OTDQ, who stopped by the stream the other day, I have met him at a couple of meetups. But of course, he's not just Brace Yourself games. He's just about every favorite indie that you've ever made. Every favorite indie you've ever played. Possibly you would have made, but not that many developers watch. But yeah, just, I am actually a little sad that once I discovered some of the interesting stuff happening in Vancouver was roughly around the time that I left to go out east. But that's life. All right, so now we seem to be in the same problem we were with the cleanup waste, where we've now got so many people dedicated to cleaning up waste, but nobody building the stuff that I want. Such is life. Okay, we got an enemy attack coming in 1 minute, so I'm gonna get a little cautious here. I'm gonna cancel. These are only level 1 turrets, so I don't expect them to last very long. But let's get as many bodies as we can in the turrets. We'll turn it all on. Now, unfortunately, some of these buildings, like this energy pylon, I really needed that to be up and running. And I can say for sure that they shorten the warning. For all the nice chats and interesting streams, go get him, boy. Thank you very much for the bits. Oh wow, we're back to draining batteries. That's fine. We've got more than enough batteries to handle this, but it's just so surprising to see such a surplus. And then we got 3 seconds to find all the turrets that are not on. Some of these are not on because they're not connected to power. I think we're good. I guess I can turn this one on for a bit of a kick, but... Alright. And the music gets good just in time. Of course they came. This is the worst possible place they could have showed up. We should be able to shoot it down in time. Okay, we got a burrow. Oh boy. They're really gonna let me have it. Whoa! Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm glad I got paranoid about my turrets. This is gonna be character building. Yeah, we just lost all the defenses there. I will rebuild after that command center is up. Looks like we're about to lose this guy. We might be able to make it, but these things are reloading really slow. Yeah, so we lost a turret there. Yeah. Wow. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, it's headquarters that matters, right? Nice. This is definitely a costly hold, but we survived it. Yes, if it's a one-tile building, then burrowing will protect it. It's not even just reduced damage. I don't believe it can be attacked at all. All right. I'm a little nervous about doing this because I'm scared that it's going to change the priority for the turrets. But so what I'm basically hoping happens here is that the construction jobs, these are going to be worked on first. It looks like they just need isotopes, so that's pretty likely. I do want to replace what was lost. I'm going to replace these ones in the absolute end because the only reason I'm expanding out here is to be able to take out the. It's to be able to take out that base. I'll obviously try and get a couple of upgrades in when I can. The final wave has to be final. Yeah. I will admit, I am going to be very curious to see whether or not the turn off, turn on all turrets go in. It's one of these ones that I feel very strongly that it's convenient for me right now and is probably not I mean, I know I said it before, but I feel like just because it's convenient for me right now does not mean that that is actually how turrets are supposed to work in this thing. But we'll see. So it looks like our energy pylon's coming up. We should get some isotopes on our command center pretty quickly too. The crazy thing here is, like, we've got all the resources we need. This is really just a question of getting them to the people. This is where I think the simulation part is going to be what's really interesting about this game as it carries on, because obviously, like, right now it's pretty clear that all of these workers are sort of following the same instructions, so it kind of feels like you have these swarms that just go and do stuff. But I am kind of interested in seeing how, once they do the simulation thing, once things like happiness and whatnot are affecting behaviors. Or really, I mean, if I'm completely honest, I'm really interested in seeing how they make civilians more than just something that I turn into workers. I have a feeling that that's probably where we're going to start seeing a little bit more diversity and a little bit more interest in terms of how all of these different systems work. Anyways, we do have the Rebel HQ in our sights, so I have you now. Victory! Market cap, 6,215.564 million credits. Time 14 hours, 0 minutes, 25 seconds. Continue in endless mode? Well... yes, I have spotted the last cap. I think from the suggestion, people said in chat that there was an ending, and I was like, well, that's kind of an ending. So I guess this is just you have to deal with waves coming after you now. All right. One thing I am going to do, I should have done this earlier, so I'm going to go back to the main menu. I want to load the autosave to... Codex, like all things on Titan, the amount of mechanical sunlight each part of the moon receives is not equal. Only the rich can afford to live in the brightest areas. Fragile bones are often reinforced with body mods, and Titan's poor, hence the nickname Bowlegs for darkside dwellers. A mechanical ending, if not a narrative one. Yeah, okay, there it is. So, guys, this went a lot later than I was planning, but you all absolutely made it worth it. So this was Industries of Titan. I just wanted to see if quitting to the main menu did anything. I did give a little bit of a warning at the start of the stream on here. I am very torn about what to do about Industries of Titan, because it has obviously been good for views. It has had a lot of pleasant people stopping by, and I do run into a problem sometimes with early access games, is that I play them to death. So when the full thing comes out, I'm not quite ready to. I'm just not as enthusiastic about it. So I say this partly because I'd been doing these massive 9-hour streams of the game, and so I don't, as much as I would love to rebrand it as an Industries of Titan stream, I do want to make sure there's a little variety going in. So I'm not going to stop streaming Industries of Titan. I might be pulling back a little bit from it though, because I have a few games like Stellaris, Age of Wonders, Planetfall. There's a couple of things where people might... I haven't gotten anything firm yet, but there might be a couple of people who, again, want to give a press key for something. And they're actually games that I know people really like watching me play. So just with that in mind, if you don't see me playing Industries of Titan a whole lot in the future, it is not necessarily because I am not interested in the game anymore. But what I think I am going to be doing is I want to make sure that I at least do sort of big updates. So when transportation gets added, I want to just jump in and devour all of that. When Combat 2.0 comes in, I want to devour all of that. But in terms of coming back and like doing regular colonies and whatnot, one of the big challenges is because the game updates so much, I sometimes find it hard to continue on with regular saves. So again, don't take that as me saying this is the last Industries of Titan stream for a while. I'm sure I will be coming back in, but it may not be like every week that you see me doing that. But with that in mind, I did put the !game command in there. If you are interested in Industries of Titan, I think this is a really wonderful game. I think it is fair to say that there is definitely room for growth, and they've done a pretty good job of articulating exactly where they're going with it. I'm quite happy with where it is right now, but one of the big things that you are signing up for in the early access version of this is giving feedback, talking about where you want. We talked about the, do you want to turn on all turrets button or whatever. You have those. I'm definitely also interested in what they're going to be doing with the story, because if you take a look at the credits, which I should be doing here, so Andy Nguyen, lead designer, it's Nguyen, lead designer, project manager, Antoine Lendrevy, I'm sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, also known as Sir Kama, Nick Gunn, lead 3D artist, Jeremy Phillips, lead programmer, Ben Humphreys, programmer, UI designer, Augustin Delger, programmer. The support team, I'm never able to pronounce this correctly. I think it's Danny Baranowski, composer, Pavel Efimov, visual effects and tech art, Marlon Weeb, video producer, Alexa Scheiss, lead quality assurance, Bahar Vagari Mogadam, sorry, again, pronunciation, quality assurance, additional development, Ryan Clark, marketing, design, and programming, Oliver Trujillo, design and programming, Adelaide Jenkins, tech art, Artyom Zuyaev, UI, Laura Michet, writing, and Lulu Kadim, writing. And then Power Up Audio, Kevin Regami, also known as OTDQ, Jeff Tangsok. Kevin and Brace Yourself both do fairly regular streaming, by the way, if you like following stuff on Twitch. And Joey Goddard of Power Up. And then, there's a bunch of others on here, but I feel like I've gone as far as I can. I'd love to credit the voice talent, but I think at this point you guys are going to have to do that for yourself. Anyways, I do, for those of you who weren't here at the start, I will just quickly mention a couple of things. So again, the roadmap is here in the start of the game, or would be if I clicked on it here. One of the things I am kind of excited about is right now we just see the Landfallers faction. As the Titan Gold Rush ramped up, many startups and corporations from Earth, Mars, and the asteroid belt have scrambled to snap up ruin-rich land and start their own urban business. The Landfallers faction is the swirling, leaderless group of striving hopefuls from across the system. They're people who dreamed big and have probably tasted failure. They also share a common hyper-capitalist culture. Landfallers are motivated by their perilous position and the powerful rewards of success. Every once in a while, these ventures can be incredibly successful. A few have already on their way to becoming full-fledged factions on Titan, which of course are currently locked. The other thing too, in future, we're doing low-risk land grants, so I kind of want to try high-risk, high-reward or pioneering terraformer in the future. So there's definitely a lot for me to mess around with here, which is why I wanted to be clear on saying that even in this current state, if there isn't a major update for a while, there's definitely more stuff for me to. There's definitely more stuff for me to do here. But again, I'm quite happy with the game the way in the current form that it is. Like I said, I've probably got about 30 or 40 hours in the game now. I might be overstating that a bit, but it's definitely tens of hours, and a lot of you have seen the super long streams that this has inspired. And if you want to help make the game better, you can pick it up in early access right now. And if you use that link, or if when you buy it and at checkout just below the the checkout button, there is a box to put in names. You can type in System Chalk, or you can even just type in SYST, and it will probably give you an option to autocomplete to System Chalk, because Epic is nice that way. That is a way that I can get a little bit of the purchase price at no extra cost to you. With that in mind, let's find somebody to host. I am definitely inclined towards another Industries of Titan streamer. Now, I don't know a lot of people who stream this game, so just bear with me a second here while I load stuff up. This is always the really awkward part of the... Oh, I don't know who Laura is, Sean. Is this a name that I should know, or is this somebody that you just know personally? I'm still looking for an Industries of Titan stream, but I should mention, those of you who were interested in Frostpunk, it looks like Jonathan Blow is playing it right now. Naysayer88, if you don't follow him on Twitch. Do keep in mind, this is not an endorsement of Mr. Blow's opinions. If you don't want to watch him play a game you like, I would completely understand, because he is undeniably a very smart man, but that does not always mean he is right about everything. Just someone you've chatted with a couple of times online. She also worked on Where the Water Tastes Like Wine, I think. All right. So, I always like to do the reverse of how Twitch orders stuff. So I am going to raid the streamer Tiny Paul. And I actually feel really bad because I forgot the last streamer that I hosted for this game. So I don't know who Tiny Paul is. I hope they're very good. But I always like, Twitch always ranks stuff from viewers high to low, or at least it used to. I think it's doing by recommendation. The lowest one is in German, and unfortunately I don't know German. But if you do know German, NLNF Schmetzel is streaming as well. But I would love it if you guys would hang around and support Tiny Paul as they play Industries of Titan. As for me, I will be back on Friday. I'm not 100% sure what game I'm playing yet, but I will always say that on Twitter when I know. And I guess until then, have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you next time.